So it's much easier and better for us if we try to get that resource from the planet.
Well, it's obviously a huge challenge, but we're both really optimistic up here. We're excited to see it on the Mars 2020 mission. Check back soon for some more crazy engineering. Heads up, Watney.
We have locked and we are good to send that command. We have 31 minutes and 32 seconds for our support. Go for status buffer dump.
What you're looking at with a telescope, of course, is the light from billions of light years away. So the further you look, the more you're going back towards the Big Bang and understanding how the universe was formed.
The Webb telescope will be groundbreaking because it has capabilities that are different than the Hubble Space Telescope.
We have equipment that is so much more powerful than anything we've ever had before that it's almost impossible to tell what we will discover.
Hubble's accomplishments include something called the deep fields. Looking out into space and collecting light, sometimes for many days, these deep fields have revealed visually to us a universe absolutely teeming with galaxies, hundreds of billions of galaxies.
One of the neat things about the ultra deep field, and one of the things that made it so unique was how long it took us to take that image. There's an exposure time that's expressed, I think it's 11.2 days. There's a very, very long exposure time. But probably what's more important is how many orbits it took us to do that. 400 orbits of Hubble data to take that image. You only get 15 orbits a day. To take 400 orbits and say, we're going to observe this one spot in the sky for 400 orbits. And the really unique thing about that was they picked a spot where there wasn't anything. They looked and they said, there's absolutely nothing here. And they said, you want to spend 400 Hubble orbits looking at nothing? And they said, yes, because we want to see what it can see. And I think the results from the science, I mean, it was amazing. What they saw was spectacular.
Hubble spent 2 weeks taking pictures of empty places in the sky, and they saw they weren't empty at all. They were thousands and thousands of galaxies.
We were amazed how many galaxies we've found, and we continue to go back to that portion of the sky to increase that visibility.
The Hubble Space Telescope is an outstanding time machine. It's incredibly important for our studies with the Hubble Space Telescope to realize that when we're looking at a galaxy, we're seeing it as it was millions of years ago, sometimes billions of years ago. It's taken that long for the light to get to us.
What you're looking at with a telescope, of course, is the light from billions of light years away. So the further you look, the more you're going back towards the Big Bang and understanding how the universe was formed.
What Hubble has revealed is that the universe has in fact changed over these billions of years of time. The early galaxies, the very distant ones as we see them, are simple. Sometimes they're messy looking, they're small, they haven't had time yet to form that grand spiral structure. Over time, we see galaxies actually merging with other galaxies and growing bigger and bigger, and those mergers can look like train wrecks in our Hubble images.
These very, very deep exposures that Hubble has been able to take, we have seen right to the edge of the universe, 13.5 billion years. When Hubble was first designed and envisioned, it was never thought it could actually see that far out. But because of the advances in the instruments that we've been able to put up on the telescope, and also the cleverness of the scientists, they've come up with very interesting observing scenarios, doing these really deep exposures where we just sit there for orbit after orbit after orbit, gathering the photons. We've been able to push Hubble out very, very far.
As Hubble looks out into these fields of galaxies, we sometimes see clusters of galaxies. These are galaxies that are held nearby each other by their mutual gravity. These clusters are massive conglomerations. There's so much mass that they have an actual observable impact on space-time itself. Einstein predicted that mass distorts space, but we didn't realize we could actually see the effects of that. But with Hubble, we have been able to see distortions in space around clusters of galaxies. The way we see that is when light from a background galaxy travels through that cluster of galaxies or around it due to this gravitational lensing effect. The lensing also magnifies that background galaxy, so if we look in some of these distorted arcs, we can see more detail than we would ever have been able to see without gravitational lensing, nature's boost.
There are observations where we're explicitly looking for the lensing, and they're getting science out of that just otherwise would just not be doable. Hubble has really taken that to the next level. It's doing large amounts of astrophysics that it's just never been able to do before.
Some of what we're doing with Hubble is to prepare for the new James Webb Telescope, which we anticipate launching in 2021, which will be able to see farther into the infrared part of the electromagnetic spectrum. That enables us to see some galaxies that are difficult for Hubble to see because they're so far away that their light is traveling through us through expanding space and gets stretched out into redder wavelengths, often far into the infrared part of the spectrum, even sometimes beyond what Hubble is able to detect well. The Webb telescope will give us more information about some of those very distant galaxies.
The James Webb Space Telescope is the follow-on telescope after the Great Hubble Telescope. It extends the discoveries of Hubble into the infrared spectrum region. We think that the first objects that grew out of the Big Bang material probably happened in about 100 million years after that start. And we think the Webb telescope can pick them up. They're rare, they're hard to find, but they should be there. The farthest we've been able to see with the Hubble telescope goes back about 800 million years after the expansion began. So we think we get much closer to the first objects with the Webb telescope.
Hubble gives information that the Webb telescope cannot give about visible and ultraviolet emission from things in the universe. And when we have all that information coming in at the same time, it's like a banquet of scientific return.
Now when we get the complete picture of every wavelength you can possibly see from ultraviolet to infrared, we hope to have the story of the growth of the first galaxies from the primordial material. So that will be a huge accomplishment that depends on both pieces of equipment, the Hubble telescope and the James Webb telescope working together.
So astronomers are very excited about this probability that we'll have both the Hubble Space Telescope and the Webb telescope operating at the same time for quite a few years. That will give us an abundance of new understanding about the universe. And already right now with Hubble, we're doing preparatory observations for the Webb telescope. We're using Hubble to do things, for example, like surveying distant galaxies to find out which ones would be prime targets for the Webb telescope. In fact, scientists around the world are proposing observations with Hubble right now specifically to help us learn information that will be useful for making the best use of the Webb telescope as soon as it's launched and gets going in its science observations.
I think the Hubble telescope has been the most productive science instrument ever built. In astronomy, there's what we knew before Hubble, and now there's what we know after Hubble. They're so different. Of course, Hubble has now had a life of 30 years, so it's had a long time to make this revolution happen. So it's not all at once. It's a gradual revolution, but it's still a huge revolution. Technology has changed dramatically over the 30 years of life of the Hubble telescope. So you couldn't even have imagined when the Hubble was launched that we would have the wonderful cameras and spectrometers that we fly today. We figured out how to send astronauts, we trained the astronauts, we figured out what instruments could be put in, we figured out how to repair everything that went wrong on the Hubble, and it's still alive. It's today, 30 years after launch. And I am so thrilled to say that our people were able to do that. That's the operations team that makes this possible. It's a miracle as far as I'm concerned, because it didn't have to be that way, but they made it happen.
Wherever, however, whenever. We're here, there. We're everywhere. NASA Space Communications and Navigation. Exploration enabled. NASA celebrates Black History Month.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." The firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And from the crew of Apollo 8, we close with good night, good luck, a Merry Christmas, and God bless all of you on the good earth.
Those words of Genesis were scratched on tablets and parchment many, many years ago, after man crawled out of his caves and began the ages-long process of exploring his universe and himself. Today, a great new chapter has been added to the story of creation and of growth. Man literally has wrenched himself away from the earth that bound him down through the millennia. He has soared to the moon. He has seen and shown it close. He has come back safe. That is the meaning of the mission of Apollo 8, humankind's first flight into the orbit of the moon, an event sure to be written larger on the books of history than almost any our generation has seen. A year of trouble and turbulence, anger and assassination, is now coming to an end in incandescent triumph. Apollo 8 achieved every one of its major mission aims, and something else. It lifted the spirits of earthbound mortals and carried them too, if only for a while, out of their own horizons. "Let there be light in the firmament of the heaven," said Genesis. Today there is a new light, and in the next hour we will look at its reflection. This is a broadcast about the flight of Apollo 8.
This is a CBS News special report, Man at the Moon. The flight of Apollo 8, brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System, as part of their continuing coverage of important news events.
There's one traffic network in this country where there are almost never any traffic jams. The Bell Telephone Network, with equipment made and supplied by Western Electric. Oh, the Bell System network has traffic problems, too, like over 300 million phone calls a day. But there are millions of routes to choose from, and there's switching equipment to get you through.
I'm glad I got through so fast. I'll never make that plane. You wouldn't believe this traffic, bumper to bumper.
Western Electric. We make Bell telephones. We also make equipment for the network that keeps your phone calls from getting stuck in traffic. Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System.
America's greatest space triumph and one of man's most remarkable achievements to date is the result of work by thousands of people and outlays of billions of dollars. We've seen, heard, and talked a great deal about the sophisticated hardware that lifted the astronauts away from the Earth, guided them so accurately to and from the moon, and kept us in touch and informed about their progress. But the three men, Borman, Lovell, and Anders, were the heart and soul of the mission, although their very human personalities tended to be submerged beneath their cool, smoothly functioning technical skill. But they carried with them man's many hopes and dreams about someday leaving his planet, and in interviews with David Shoemaker in Houston prior to the flight, they revealed how they felt.
I'd like to be on the first team, and I think that friendly competition among groups, among nations, among people is always healthy. I think the competition which we have in space between the Soviet Union and ourselves is very healthy. And of course, I'd like to be the first around.
To be not saying the complete truth, I didn't feel that I hope that our flight or a flight of Americans will be the first to see the backside of the moon.
I don't believe that the program as a whole would have survived as well after the fire if we wouldn't have had this momentum and this desire to complete this goal. That was a good idea.
You know, we've been planning this flight for years and years, and sometimes when you read about it and hear it for so long, you think that the goal is academic, you know. You don't really finally understand that you're really going to try something like this. And now it's getting closer, and we're not just talking about something in the future. We're talking about something right now. The goal, to me, is just as important as it was back in 1961.
I think that what risks there are have been well considered and designed for to attempt to alleviate these risks. And I think that the gain that we will get to our Apollo program and the gain that our country and all the nations of the world will receive from this first step of exploration will certainly make any risk I might take more than worth it.
We've taken a rather conservative approach to this first lunar mission. It's one that makes sense. We're doing it where we only have to bother or concern ourselves with one vehicle. We don't have to train for a rendezvous or a lunar landing. And really, you know, this is the program we've been working on for almost 10 years now, so there's a lot of good, hard engineering in it. I don't really think we've left anything unturned. I hope we haven't. Of course, you'll never know until we finally do it.
So these three quiet men prepared for what Commander Frank Borman later was to call a fantastic voyage. As head of the three-man Apollo crew, Borman already was a veteran of the space program. He became an astronaut 6 years ago after a career in aviation which followed his graduation in 1950 from West Point. Now an Air Force colonel, the 40-year-old Borman is married and has 2 teenage sons. James Lovell, the pilot of the Apollo Command Module, is also 40 and flew with Borman on the 2-week flight of Gemini 7. Lovell, a Navy captain and graduate of Annapolis, actually replaced astronaut Mike Collins on Apollo 8 after Collins ran into medical problems from a bone spur on the neck. Lovell is married and has 4 children. The youngest Apollo 8 crew member, lunar module pilot William Anders, 35, was a space rookie until this flight. He's a major in the Air Force and also a graduate of Annapolis. In addition, he has a master's degree in nuclear engineering. Anders, too, is married and has 5 children. So these 3 men, joined in a spectacular adventure, last Saturday morning took their final walk across the Earth before leaving it for more than 6 days. With Borman in the lead, the 3 astronauts suited up and carrying portable air conditioners headed for the van which would take them to the launch site for the elevator ride to the top of the 36-story tall Saturn V moon rocket. Here's how it went as we reported it, starting with the voice of Jack King at Mission Control.
We have ignition sequence start. The engines are armed. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. We have commit. We have liftoff. Liftoff at 7:51 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Looks good.
Cleared the tower.
Oh, and there's the rumble in our building. It looks good. It looks like a good flight. It's a beautiful takeoff so far. This building is shaking under us. Our camera platform is shaking. But what a beautiful flight. Man, perhaps on the way to the moon, if all continues to go well. You can craft 25 more seconds. The other 4 engines of the first stage should cut out.
2 minutes, 20.
The rocket then will be 20 miles high and going 3,000 miles an hour.
We see an S-1C, the first stage cut off. Firm. All engines, all sources show the second stage is burning perfectly.
Half hours after that perfect liftoff came the historic decision. Go for the moon. And this is how it sounded.
Apollo 8 Houston. Go ahead, Houston. Apollo 8, you are go for TLI. Over. Roger, understand. We're go for TLI.
Go for TLI, trans-lunar injection, meaning to fire up the third stage engine to drive the astronauts up to a speed of more than 24,000 miles per hour, break them free of Earth orbit, and send them off to where no man had ever gone, toward the moon. During that early part of the voyage, the Apollo 8 crew went through a rehearsal of part of the maneuvers to be carried out on the way to the first lunar landing attempt. At the front of the third stage, just behind the spacecraft, is a compartment for carrying the Lunar Excursion Module, the bug-like vehicle that actually is to put U.S. astronauts on the moon's surface next year. When the third stage separates, its forward panels are to break open, exposing the LEM, as it's called. Those future astronauts in their spacecraft ahead of the third stage then will turn their capsule around. They'll maneuver back, hook onto the LEM, and pull it free. There was no LEM aboard this trip, but on the lunar landing flight there will be, flying in tandem toward the moon. But this time, what eventually will act as the mothership, the spacecraft, flew on alone, aiming only to achieve lunar orbit.
Does this look like a washing machine? Or a toaster? Or a steam iron? Or a refrigerator? Hardly, but some people are still confused about what we make. Western Electric is the manufacturing and supply unit in the Bell system. We're a part of it. What we do make is telephones, and much of what it takes to connect them together, like underground cable, and to send your calls leaping through the air, microwave radio relay systems, and complex equipment that finds the number you dial. Western Electric makes this for your Bell Telephone Company and the other Bell Telephone companies across the land, because we're with them in the Bell system to help bring you dependable, low-cost communication service. Does this look like a refrigerator?
On Sunday, one day along on their 500,000-mile round trip, the astronauts became sick. Borman apparently was hit by a 24-hour flu, while Lovell and Anders just weren't feeling well. But their illnesses quickly cleared up, in time for them to send back the first of the long-awaited live television. Problems with the small camera's telephoto lens frustratingly resulted in man seeing his first long-range view of the Earth as a big white blob, although the interior shots of the spacecraft were just fine.
Okay, we're rolling around to a good view of the Earth, and as soon as we get to the good view of the Earth, we'll stop and let you look out the window at the scene we see. Jim Lovell's down in the lower equipment bay preparing lunch, and Bill is holding a camera here for us both.
Hey, we have a picture.
You see nothing?
Okay, it's a little difficult to see what we have.
That's the Earth, but it's not the telephoto lens, unfortunately. It's just a regular inside lens. This transmission is coming to you approximately halfway between the moon and the Earth. We've been 31 hours, about 20 minutes into flight. We have about less than 40 hours left to go to the moon. You can see Bill's got his toothbrush here. He's been brushing his teeth regularly to demonstrate how things float around zero G. Looks like he plays for the Astros the way he tries to catch that thing. I certainly wish we could show you the Earth. It's a beautiful, beautiful view with predominantly blue background and just huge covers of white clouds. Particularly one very strong vortex up near the terminator. Very, very beautiful. Happy birthday, Mother.
Ground control told the astronauts how to fix the camera before the second telecast, which came Monday from more than 200,000 miles out.
Hope that everyone enjoyed the picture that we're taking of themselves. How far away from Earth now, Jim, about?
We have you about 180,000.
Looking at yourself. Alright, you're all looking at yourselves as seen from 180,000 miles out in space.
Mike, what I keep imagining is if I'm some lonely traveler from another planet, what do I think about the Earth from this altitude? Whether I think it'd be inhabited or not. Well, I'm just kind of curious whether I would land on the blue or the brown part of the Earth.
You better hope we land in the blue part.
So are we, babe.
Jim is always for land landings.
To give you some idea, Mike, what we can see, I can pick out the southwest coastline of the Gulf and where Houston should be, and also the mouth of the Mississippi. I can see Baja, California, and that particular area. I'm using a binocular which we have aboard.
All right, well, we're seeing the entire Earth now, including the Terminator. Of course, we can't see anything past the Terminator at all. Are you able, with your binoculars, to see the dark horizon or anything past the Terminator?
Negative, Mike. We can't see anything past the Terminator with the binoculars or without them.
The flight continued on near perfect course, the spacecraft now in the dominant pull of the moon's gravity, being dragged along faster and faster. The first men in history to reach the moon now were preparing to go around it, losing all contact with Earth while they traveled across the backside, where they would perform the critical braking maneuver needed to achieve orbit.
Apollo 8, Houston, all systems go, over.
Thank you, Houston, Apollo 8.
Roger, Frank, the custard's in the oven at 350. Current altitude away from the moon, 377 nautical miles.
Thanks a lot, troops. We'll see you on the other side.
You heard the remark of Jim Lovell. Thanks a lot, troops. We'll see you on the other side.
It was an agonizing wait for those back on Earth. This animation shows how the 20,000-pound thrust spacecraft engine was fired to slow the capsule and prevent it from whipping around the moon and heading back toward Earth. The initial blast was to put the Apollo 8 into an elliptical orbit, to be corrected later to a near circular path 69 miles above the lunar surface. But on the ground, no one yet knew if that braking maneuver had worked or even taken place. And then, as Apollo 8 came around the moon, voice contact again was established.
We've got it. Apollo
8 now in lunar orbit. There's a cheer in this room. This is Apollo Control Houston, switching now to the voice of Jim Lovell.
First status report as follows. Burn on time. Burn time, 4 minutes, 6.5 seconds. VGX minus 1.4. Attitudes nominal. No trim. VGY was 0. VGZ was plus 0.2. Delta VC was minus 20.2. Orbit 169.1 by 60.5.
Almost on top of the success of achieving lunar orbit came Apollo 8's first live television pictures of the moon's forbidding surface.
The moon is very bright and not too distinct in this area. I'll give you shy of the horizon.
Roger.
How's that look? Is it on the top of your picture?
Apollo 8, this is Houston. It's a good picture of the horizon. We can't see many terrain features as yet.
There's a very new bright impact crater. Should be in the field of view now.
Roger, Bell.
Do you see it in the upper part of your screen?
Hey, Bill, how would you describe the color of the moon from here?
The color of the moon looks a very whitish gray, like dirty beach sand, and with lots of footprints in it.
Don't these new craters look like pickaxes striking concrete, leaving a lot of fine haze dust? Jerry, as a matter of interest, there's a lot of what appear to be very small new craters that have these little white rays radiating from them.
Roger, Jim. Looks like we just got...
Roger, we're passing over the crater Borman. And there's Anders out there. Lovell's right south of it.
Roger.
Jerry, another interesting feature, these small impact craters have dark spots in the center where it appears that they buried in and hit some new material down below that's got a lot of fine white dust around them.
Roger, understand, Jim. This Houston, Apollo 8, this is Houston. Looks like we can see Collins now.
Roger, there's Collins for you.
And Collins is right on the edge of Space C, which we're about to pass over.
Roger.
Houston, this is Apollo 8. We're going to terminate our program for this pass and get on with preparations for LOI-2 if you say we're go.
That LOI-2 maneuver just referred to was executed perfectly, putting Apollo 8 into the proper 69-mile-high circular orbit. Later that night, there was another telecast in which the astronauts described their thoughts on what lay below them.
The moon is a different thing to each one of us. I think that each one carries his own impressions of what he's seen today. I know my own impression is that it's a vast, lonely, forbidding type existence or expanse of nothing. It looks rather like clouds and clouds of pumice stone. And it certainly would not appear to be a very inviting place to live or work. Jim, what have you thought most about?
Well, Frank, my thoughts were very similar. The vast loneliness up here on the moon is awe-inspiring, and it makes you realize just what you have back there on Earth. The Earth from here is a grand oasis in the big vastness of space.
Bill, what do you think? I think the thing that impressed me the most were the lunar sunrises and sunsets. These in particular bring out the stark nature of the terrain and the long shadows really bring out the relief that is here and hard to see in this very bright surface that we're going over right now.
The flight of Apollo 8 was a spectacular success even before the crew began their risky flight back to Earth. Soviet space scientist Leonid Saitov said as the homeward journey began, "This event goes beyond the limits of a national achievement and marks a stage in the development of the culture of Earthmen." But the flight also was a great national achievement, and this was noted by 3 of the Western world's leading scientists. Our correspondents interviewed Britain's Sir Bernard Lovell, U.S. Nobel laureate Harold Urey, and American astrogeologist Eugene Shoemaker. First, Lovell.
In purely scientific terms, for astronomy, for example, how do you view Apollo 8? Is there a lot of new information for you
Yes.
come out of this?
I doubt if there will be a tremendous amount new as far as the astronomers are concerned from Apollo 8, but of course it was never intended to be a purely scientific enterprise. For science, the significance of the flight is that it is an immensely important stepping stone to the whole Apollo program, which we hope will now end up by getting the American on the moon in 1969. And then the astronomers like myself will be very, very interested indeed in the material which is returned home.
What about the photographs? They should have, for example,
Yes.
still pictures
Yes.
back from this.
Yes, I imagine that when we see those photographs, they really will be quite splendid and marvelous. But of course, so have the photographs sent back by the lunar orbiters and the surveyors. They have also given many revelations about the nature of the moon. Therefore, I don't think we ought to expect too much from the purely scientific point of view from Apollo 8.
Is this really a springboard then?
Yes, I think it is. It's a springboard and an amazing demonstration of American competence and virility. Many tributes have been paid to the engineering excellence, but what amazes me also is what I think you call the logistics, the organization and management of this vast project. After all, it's only less than 8 years since President Kennedy started off the program, and the accomplishment in that time, in spite of the setbacks, is really stupendous.
We must remember that it is not primarily a scientific business at all. It is done as the pyramids were built or as the Parthenon was built. Something we can do that's magnificent and wonderful. Man is made that way. Whenever there's a challenge of this kind, someone somewhere will pick it up. We will go to the South Pole or the North Pole or climb Mount Everest or do things of this sort.
Why does man pick up a challenge like this, Doctor?
I don't know. He's made that way. He's done it all through history. And now we've come to a point in which we can go to the moon, and somewhere someone is going to go to the moon. And I would be very sorry indeed if my country, the richest and the most powerful country in the world, didn't try to do it. And didn't try to do it first, as a matter of fact.
I think there's a much stronger purpose, a national purpose, in going into space. And that has to do with the fact that space is there now within our grasp. It's now within the possibility to be explored. We have the technique to do it, but it requires a great deal of effort. It's a very difficult thing to do. And I think by this nation reaching out, by striving to do this, and by being bold enough to go ahead and explore not just the moon, but beyond the moon, later on, other terrestrial planets, we'll be engaging in an activity that leads us on as a nation and gives us forward momentum to do this. If one looks back through history, you will find that most nations or societies that have come to prominence in history have been ones that were actively reaching out in one way or another, exploring in one way or another. I think it's an index of the spirit of the people at that time, as well as of their technical ability. I think it's very, very important for the national spirit that we do this. And science and the technological byproducts that come out of this are just that. They're byproducts, but they're not the real reason for going into space.
We pause now for station identification.
All right, you made a telephone. Congratulations. But what are you going to do with it? Well, how? Yes, I know it works, but whom are you going to talk to? Okay, that's fine for the people next door, but how about the other people on the block? On the other streets in the neighborhood? How about the rest of the town? The other towns nearby? The rest of the state? The whole country? Western Electric can sympathize with you. We make phones too. We make them for the Bell telephone companies. We also make complex equipment that connects one phone to another, so that when your Bell telephone company installs a Western Electric phone, you only need one pair of wires. Thanks for helping us make the point, Charlie, that Western Electric is in the Bell system to help people communicate. Oh, would you hold the phone out a bit? Now everyone can see.
Much of the final period in lunar orbit was spent taking more film and still photographs. From these, scientists will learn more than they've ever known about the Earth's nearest neighbor in the universe and pick the spot where the first U.S. astronauts are to land. On Christmas Day, the Apollo crew, after circling the moon 10 times in just 20 hours, was ready to head for home. But as before, the critical maneuver had to be performed while the spacecraft was behind the moon. We will see what happened in animation while hearing the actual transmission at the time from Mission Control.
And here in Mission Control Center, we've just counted down to the burn. We should have ignition at this time. That will be a 3-minute burn nominally. It will increase the spacecraft velocity by about 3,522 feet per second, or some 2,395 miles per hour. Following the maneuver, the spacecraft should have a velocity of about 8,800 feet per second, some 6,000 miles per hour.
But no one on the ground could know if the spacecraft were going that fast until it re-emerged from behind the moon a few minutes later. A few minutes later it did, one of the most dramatic moments of the trip.
Apollo 8, over.
Hello, Apollo 8. Loud and clear.
Roger. Please be informed there is a Santa Claus.
Later came a Christmas Day telecast.
What we thought we'd do today was just show you a little bit about life inside the Apollo 8. We've shown you the scenes of the moon, scenes of the Earth, and we thought we'd invite you into our home. It's been our home at least for 4 days. You can see on the instrument panel, we mark off each day on the instrument panel. We've 4 down and we're working on the 5th day. Of course, we're all looking forward to the landing on Friday. And down here in the part of the spacecraft that we call the lower equipment bay, we have the President's Advisor on Physical Fitness, Captain Jim Lovell, about to undergo an exercise program that we do every day. You notice that he floats around very freely. Just bump his head on the optics of our navigating. He's working with an exercise device that's designed to keep the muscles in shape. What do you have today, Bill, for dinner? Well, here we have some cocoa. Should be good. I'll be adding about 5 ounces of hot water to that. These are little sugar cookies. Some orange juice. Corn chowder. Chicken and gravy. And a little napkin to wipe your hands when you're done. I'll prepare some orange juice here. I hope that you all had better Christmas dinners today than this, but nevertheless, we thought you might be interested in how we eat.
All right, I haven't heard any complaints around here, Frank. We'll bring you up to speed on your food when you get back.
Down in this area, it's called the LEB, or the Lower Equipment Bay, and we have our optics positioning equipment right here. We do all our navigation down here by setting on stars and on the horizons of either the moon or the Earth. And this is where we find out exactly where we are in space, what direction and how fast we're traveling. And our computer, as Frank had mentioned, then takes the information and tells us how to maneuver to get home safely. I work with the scanning telescope and the sextant, and occasionally if I get too busy, I just sort of float out of sight and go up into the tunnel, which is the tunnel to the hatch of the lunar module, which we don't have aboard, of course.
Well, that's about all we have for today. Each and every one of us wish each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas.
The next day, more than halfway home, the astronauts transmitted their 6th and last telecast from space. We hear first from Mission Control.
This view from Earth with a telephoto lens at some 97,000 nautical miles.
Down on the Earth here, so far out in space, I think I must have the feeling that the travelers in the old sailing ships used to have. You're going on a very long voyage away from home, and now we're headed back. And I have that feeling of being proud of the trip, but still happy to be going back home and back to our home port. And that's what you're seeing right here.
Roger, Bill. We'll sure be glad to get you back, too.
This is Frank Borman. We've enjoyed the television shows, and we invite you to stay tuned in the future, because there'll be flights in rendezvous in the Earth orbit, and then of course there'll be television from the lunar surface itself in the not too far distant future. So until then, I guess this is the Apollo 8 crew signing off, and we'll see you back on that good Earth very soon.
Roger, Frank. Adios.
This morning, the perfect flight of the remarkable Apollo 8 ended in the pre-dawn darkness of the mid-Pacific, southwest of Hawaii. On target, on schedule. But before starting its long descent to splashdown, the cone-shaped command module carrying the astronauts had to separate from its service module and successfully penetrate one more barrier, the Earth's own atmosphere. The voice of Mission Control begins the last chapter of the flight story.
The flight director has confirmed separation of the command module and the service module. We've been looking at data on the command module alone, and all the values look quite good. The total blackout we're predicting this morning is on the order of 3 minutes. But since we have very little experience re-entering at these velocities, we must caution you that those are only estimates. And we have lost signal. Our network controller says we lost signal at 1:46 minutes and with very nearly 46 seconds. And our estimate is that this blacked out period will We'll continue for, let's see, 3 minutes.
It's now just 2 minutes past the time when we should have heard from the spacecraft through the blackout.
Ken Mattingly puts in another call. And there's Jim Lovell.
Ha-ha!
He says we're looking good. I can't tell whether it's Borman or Lovell. Let's try to cut it in.
We're in real good shape, Houston. Real fine.
146 hours, 58 minutes. Recovery 2 within the last minute. As reported, they have a flashing light in sight, and they followed that with, we have voice contact with the crew.
Yes, we saw the spacecraft coming down off the port side of the aircraft carrier. A bright light in the sky, slowly descending toward the surface of the Pacific. It's now 5,000 yards from the Yorktown, and at just about this moment, it should be landing on the surface of the water.
The astronauts waited patiently for more than an hour in their bobbing space capsule for dawn and the swimmers from the rescue helicopter hovering overhead. When dawn came, the astronauts climbed into a life raft and were hoisted aboard 80 minutes after splashdown.
Astronaut Borman and Lovell and Anders standing on the steps, and a great cheer goes up from the sailors out here on the flight deck. All of them looking in very good condition, needing a shave, of course, shaking hands with Ben James. There's Captain Lovell shaking hands with Ben James, walking slowly down the red carpet, accompanied by John Stonecipher and Ben James.
Colonel Borman, would you care to say a few words to the crew?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Well, we're just very happy to be here, and we appreciate all your efforts. And I know you had to stay out here over Christmas, and that made it tough. Jim and I always seem to fly in December. We made it home before Christmas in '65, but we can't tell you much how much we really appreciate you being here and how proud it is for us to participate in this event, because thousands of people made this possible, and I guess we're all just part of the group. Thank you very much.
Then there was the traditional giving of ship's caps to the 3 astronauts who, when everybody stopped to think about it, were the first visitors from space they'd ever had. The astronauts then were taken to the ship's sick bay for medical exams while the Navy began the task of recovering the precious Apollo 8 space capsule. Before the astronauts arrived on the carrier, President Johnson placed a call to talk to them from Washington. They later listened to a tape recording of the President's words.
You've taken all of us, all over the world into a new era. And my thoughts this morning went back to more than 10 years ago in the Pedernales Valley when we saw Sputnik racing through the skies, and we realized that America had a big job ahead of it. It gave me so much pleasure to know that you men have done a large part of that job. So we rejoice that you're well, and we send you congratulations from all of your fellow countrymen and from all peace-loving people in the world.
The President spoke of the Russian launching of the original Sputnik more than 11 years ago, a fact which jolted many Americans into thinking seriously about space for the first time. CBS News did a broadcast on the subject that winter, and I was the correspondent. Let's go back in time now and look at our evaluation of the then brand new space race.
Just 3 months ago, last October 4th, a new moon no bigger than the span of a man's arm came over the horizon and cast a different light on our affairs. Sputnik was a serious threat, if not to our immediate security, then to our sense of security. It shook the confidence of our allies, the respect of the neutrals. Moscow's mood has been one of new confidence, exultation in the Soviet press. Ours, a Soviet Sputnik, is first in the world. Entire world ecstatic over great victory of Soviet science. First step into the cosmos, Sputnik over all continents. In the race for control of the moon's surface, here's where we stand. Here's our first space vehicle, still on the ground. It might have been launched more than a year ago, a year ahead of the Russians. Originally, there was a joint Army-Navy project to put a satellite into orbit in 1956 using military rocketry. But the White House deliberately canceled that in favor of the lower priority scientific program. Right now, there is no problem in the theory or technique of orbiting a satellite that we haven't licked, but it's a laboratory licking. We need tests and more tests. In every quantity of tests, there's a definite number of failures. The Russians keep their failures to themselves. We don't. To sum up, in satellites, we are a year behind the Russians, the year we lost in the switch from the military to the scientific program. We hope to make up some time by using satellites with better instruments than theirs contain and thereby collect more information with ours. But the Russians are gathering valuable data right now.
Since those dark days of 1958, the United States, too, has been gathering valuable data in flight after flight, suborbital, orbital, spacewalks, rendezvous, and now the trip to the moon. And so far as can be foretold, the United States is likely to put a man on the moon before its Soviet space competitor. At the very hour of splashdown, we sent cameras to look at the bizarre craft which is slated for the riskiest space job of all, landing on and leaving from the moon. The particular vehicle designated to take 2 astronauts to the surface of the moon in mid-1969 is being prepared today by Grumman engineers at Bethpage, Long Island. This is lunar module number 5, to be attached to Apollo 11. Here is the cabin in which 2 astronauts will stand. Workmen are making final adjustments on the instrument panels. This is the hatchway down to the lunar surface. The descent to the moon will be slowed by an engine sheathed in plastic for protection and shipment. This is it. Various antennae will aid the lunar landers in rendezvous and docking and in conversation with each other. The radar antenna has been removed for safety during the flight to Cape Kennedy. Perhaps the most critical engine on LEM is this one, the engine that is to lift the upper stage off the moon and get the astronauts back to their command vehicle for return to Earth. It's a smaller version of the same engine that got the Apollo 8 astronauts in and out of lunar orbit and back on course for the Earth. There have been some troubles with the lunar module. In fact, Apollo 8 was originally intended to test the module in Earth orbit, but the module wasn't ready. Now the question is whether it will be ready and safe for the next test and for the moon landing before the end of 1969. In our Space Center, Mike Wallace talks with a senior Grumman engineer about that and about how LEM works.
This strange-looking bird, the LEM, Mr. Kelly, how does it work?
Well, this is the spacecraft that's used to take men down to the lunar surface. And it's docked to the command module, which the conical-shaped part of the spacecraft docks to the top of LEM here. And 2 of the 3 astronauts enter LEM by crawling in through this tunnel. Once inside, they detach the LEM from the command and service modules, and using this throttleable descent rocket engine, they descend to the lunar surface.
That's the only throttleable rocket engine known to man, I gather.
Yes, it is. It has to be throttleable in order to land very softly on the surface with the landing gears you see here.
Then what?
Well, once on the surface, the astronauts will come out through the front hatch here and climb down this ladder to explore the lunar surface. They'll take out some scientific equipment from one of the bays here. When they've completed their experiments, they re-enter the LEM, and the upper portion of the LEM detaches from the lower portion.
Hopefully.
And this is called the, oh, definitely. And this is called the ascent stage. And we blast off from the lunar surface using this rocket engine here, the ascent rocket engine. We then rendezvous into lunar orbit with the waiting command and service module. We're tracking them all the time with our rendezvous radar. You can see the antenna from that here.
Now, there's no backup system on this ascent module, is there?
No, it has to work in order to get the men safely home.
When they turn the ignition, if nothing happens, then there's just no way for anybody, any place to help them.
That's correct. That's why we've made it as simple and reliable as we possibly can.
Is that why you are overdue with the LEM? I gather that it's somewhat behind schedule, and there's been some skepticism as to whether you were going to make it in time for Apollo. Well, you didn't make it for Apollo 8, which was supposed to be a LEM mission.
Well, we were very close on Apollo 8. We were having some relatively minor troubles with electromagnetic interference on our spacecraft at the Cape at the time that the missions were being reviewed. Now, it also happened that NASA was quite interested in performing the type mission that we just saw on Apollo 8 because they could have, without LEM being there, they could take additional fuel reserves for the lunar orbit. So that's why they went that way.
Apollo 9, the next one, the LEM goes along, but this is just Earth orbit. What happens with LEM?
LEM will rehearse in Earth orbit all the steps except actual landing for the lunar mission. We will fire both of our rocket engines. We will separate the ascent from the descent stages and go through the entire mission. We will even practice an emergency procedure, which is walking in space from the forward hatch of LEM into the side hatch of the command module.
Then Apollo 10, you're going all the way to the moon, and LEM is going to descend, I understand, to within 50,000 feet of the moon's surface.
Yes, Apollo 10 will at least go out into the vicinity of the moon.
Is it possible that Apollo 10 will actually land on the moon?
It's possible, but I'd say not likely. We think we'll probably want the 2 full manned missions before we actually go for the landing.
Mr. Kelly, is the LEM ready?
Yes, sir.
And you'd go along?
Right today.
The next giant step, then, to put a man on the moon. The flight of Apollo 8 has inspired the poet in many men. In a moment, we'll hear some great poetic reflections on its meaning.
Clean air. Clean water. They're worth fighting for. At Western Electric plants, all across the country, we've been fighting for cleaner air and water for years. Fighting pollution doesn't make the telephone equipment Western Electric builds for the Bell telephone companies any better. But we breathe a little easier, knowing you do.
On Christmas morning, when the 3 astronauts were soaring around the moon, the New York Times carried on page 1 an article by Archibald MacLeish, elder statesman of American poetry. It seemed to us to say just about all there was to be said about the flight of Apollo 8, so we asked him to read it into our cameras. Herewith, riders on the earth together, brothers in eternal cold.
Men's conception of themselves and of each other has always depended on their notion of the earth. When the earth was the world, all the world there was, and the stars were lights in Dante's heaven, and the ground beneath men's feet roofed hell, and they saw themselves as creatures at the center of the universe, the sole particular concern of God, and from that high place they ruled and killed and conquered as they pleased. And when centuries later the earth was no longer the world, but a small wet spinning planet in the solar system of a minor star, off at the edge of an inconsiderable galaxy in the immeasurable distances of space, when Dante's heaven had disappeared and there was no hell at least beneath the feet, men began to see themselves not as God-directed actors at the center of a noble drama, but as helpless victims of a senseless farce where all the rest were helpless victims also. And millions could be killed in worldwide wars, or in blasted cities, or in concentration camps, without a thought or reason, but the reason, if we call it one, of force. Now, in the last few hours, the notion may have changed again. For the first time in all of time, men have seen the earth, seen it not as continents or oceans from the little distance of 100 miles or 2 or 3, but seen it from the depths of space, seen it whole and round and beautiful and small, as even Dante, that first imagination of Christendom, had never dreamed of seeing it. as the 20th century philosophers of absurdity and despair were incapable of guessing that it might be seen. And seeing it so, one question came to the minds of those who looked at it. Is it inhabited, they said, and laughed, and then they did not laugh. What came to their minds 100,000 miles and more into space, halfway to the moon they put it, what came to their minds was the life on that little lonely floating planet, that tiny raft in the enormous empty night. Is it inhabited? The medieval notion of the earth put man at the center of everything. The nuclear notion of the earth put him nowhere, beyond the range of reason even, lost in absurdity and war. This latest notion may have other consequences. Formed as it was in the minds of heroic voyagers who were also men, it may remake our image of mankind. No longer that preposterous figure at the center. No longer that degraded and degrading victim off at the margins of reality and blind with blood. Man may at last become himself. To see the earth as it truly is, small and blue and beautiful in that eternal silence where it floats, is to see ourselves as together, brothers on that bright loveliness in the eternal cold. Brothers who know now they are truly brothers.
We began this broadcast with words from Genesis. In those same verses were written, "And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day." Today was the sixth day of the flight of Apollo 8. This is Walter Cronkite. Good night.
Who in the world would treat a telephone this way? Western Electric. Western Electric builds rugged phones and tests some of them beyond endurance. Chances are, the phone your Bell Telephone Company installs will never need repair. You can take your Bell phone for granted, because we don't at Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system.
This CBS News special report, Man at the Moon. The flight of Apollo 8 was brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system, the people who provide telephones and equipment that connects them.
NASA celebrates Black History Month.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
And station's ready for the event.
Houston Chronicle, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call station for a voice check.
Station, this is Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. How do you hear me? How do you hear me?
Morning, Andrea. I've got you loud and clear.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being available today. So this is your first mission in space. I want to hear how it's been going and how does it compare with what you expected it to be?
Well, it's been going great. I mean, you really can't put into words how fun it is, and yeah, it definitely meets and exceeds all my expectations. I think, you know, it's every day has been a different day. There's just so much new things in terms of whether it's science, new maintenance work to be done, prepping for spacewalks, and so yeah, it's been everything I wished it could be, and definitely more. And I think the thing I was least expecting was, you know, how fun it is just to be with the people up here, and so it's kind of like a second family, and so that's also been a joy. And you know, working with the team, as you well know, being a Houstonian, you know, the folks at Mission Control are the ones who do most of the work, and we just get the credit up here. But you know, getting to work with them and seeing the teams, you know, down there 24/7, keeping the station running and keeping us going is pretty cool to be able to work with all of them as well.
What's been the most difficult thing to adapt to in microgravity? Is it like brushing your teeth, eating, just, you know, trying to sleep? What's been the most difficult thing that you maybe didn't expect?
I think I would group it into two categories. There's like the physical, which is early on, and then just sort of the mental, which is ongoing. So the physical part takes between about 2 days to a few weeks, and you know, just the feeling of falling and getting used to that, and then your brain eventually adapting, and then just sort of orienting your eyes and your ears and all your senses, getting used to what's going on, and again your brain sort of eventually adapting to all that. And then I think on the mental side, the most difficult thing is you take for granted how much gravity helps organize things, and so it's really a lot more difficult up here to multitask. You know, it's little things. You know, you mentioned brushing your teeth. It's a great example of, you know, you put the toothpaste on, and then if you don't immediately put the toothpaste back in the little pocket where it came from, you're going to lose that toothpaste and it'll be gone because you get so used to on the ground just setting something down, moving off and doing another task. You know, maybe if you're brushing your teeth at home, maybe you're looking at your phone and the toothpaste tube is still there when you look back. But here, that's definitely not the case. And so you have to be very, very deliberate and very mentally aware of doing one thing at a time. So whether that's eating, working, reading a book and not losing your book, everything, basically you have to make sure you're paying attention to that one thing so you don't lose a screwdriver, lose a pencil, lose a tube of toothpaste, or lose whatever it is that you're holding on to.
I guess everyone up there has to be put the lid back on the toothpaste when you're done with it. I guess there's no debate on that one. And so what's been your favorite memory so far, your favorite moment, something that when you come back home, you'll look back on fondly?
So, yeah, I've got a few, and I hope they all stick in my mind. I think on the launch, probably in the launch and the docking, the most significant thing I think I remember, or two things really. I know you asked for one, but one was the sight of the thrusters firing in the Dragon. And so there's forward thrusters that do the larger burns, and in space, they actually make this plasma plume. And so seeing that out the forward hatch window and seeing the four, plumes go into space was breathtaking. And then also about 40 kilometers away from the station when we were starting to rendezvous, the sunlight was just right that we actually picked up the station visually a lot earlier than we normally would have, and it was backlit by the sun, and it looked like pure gold, like just black light and then this golden space station, which was really neat, knowing that's the place we're going to live. I think here on board, the most visually memorable thing that I get to see on a regular basis is the cupola, and just looking out the window. And when I sit in the cupola, I like to flip so that my bottom is down towards the earth and my feet are going along the way that the station is going. So it feels like you're sort of sitting basically in a spaceship flying over the top of the Earth. And that's something, that's just, I love to do that in the evenings, just to relax and whenever I have free time. And that's definitely something I'll remember the rest of my life.
And so tell me a little bit about the experiments you're participating in and something that's been particularly interesting for you.
Yeah, so that's actually one of the other surprising things is it's hard to keep track of all of them. So we're doing 300 different experiments in the time we're up here, which is more than one a day. And most of these experiments are some scientists' life, work, and passion, and has the potential to change lives on the ground. And so trying to keep track of all those has been a lot of hard work, but it's a lot of fun too to get to interact and be a part of that. So we're doing a whole lot of plant research right now. That we have actually 3 different ones in progress, and so that's been a lot of fun. One is looking at how to deliver nutrients and water to plants in microgravity. And so we know we can grow plants in space, and now we're looking at more efficient ways to do that to make it more scalable and sustainable, especially as we look to go to the moon and stay there. It's essentially growing stem cell cultures of cotton plants to look at variations that might make them or water. Another experiment related to plants that's looking at how they respond at a genetic level to different levels of gravity. And so it's essentially in a centrifuge that can change to be Martian gravity, lunar gravity, Earth gravity, no gravity, and look at how they respond to that. And then the other one that's interesting to me is a whole lot of materials science experiments going on. One in particular just happening this past week is concrete, different types of concrete mixing and trying to figure out better ways to model that on the ground. That helps when concrete hardens on the ground, it gives off a lot of carbon. So if we can figure out a better way to do that, we would reduce the carbon emissions. And then we also have a vested interest in it in Houston, because if we're going to go to the moon and stay, we're going to have to be able to build structures on these other planets and other surfaces. And so figuring out what to do or how to best mix concrete or structural material is the other reason we're doing that. So it's pretty cool work. And as you can imagine, concrete on Earth, the water and the mix settles because of gravity, and in zero or microgravity here, that doesn't happen. So we're studying that and a lot of other similar things that are when we look at material science world where gravity changes how things behave on Earth, and so we can come up with new alloys, new materials. So that's all really exciting stuff that I really enjoy being a part of up here.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. Also, today's Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Are there any celebrations on this station?
Well, I'm wearing my red shirt. The other thing I'd say what we have been doing is over the last few days, Kayla's actually been leading the charge. She was looking for all the heart-shaped lakes we could find and ponds. And it turns out there's actually a lot of heart-shaped little pieces of land or lakes. It's actually a little harder to photograph them, though. So that's been one thing we've been doing. And I think all of us over the last few days have been trying to get pictures of home areas. We've had several passes over the U.S. the last week or two during the day. So trying to find pictures of home and places where we have loved ones around the country on days where there's not clouds and we happen to be over them has been a recent thing we've been doing a lot of as Valentine's Day has been approaching.
Yeah, and on National Spouse Day, you posted on Twitter that you're growing a lettuce bouquet for your wife. And, you mentioned that spouses have the harder job while astronauts are in space. So I'm curious, did you do anything for your wife back home on Valentine's Day? Or are you talking to her at all today?
I have not talked to her yet. I talked to her last night and wished her an early happy Valentine's Day, and I will talk to her again today. And then, the folks, obviously I can't deliver anything in person, and it's hard to order something off online to have delivered. But we have a great support team at Johnson Space Center, and so people who help take care of our families while we're gone as well. And so, I have arranged for her to have a special delivery today, but I'd obviously like to be there in person or have them come here. That'd be the best gift. But in light of, can't do that, but we have the next best thing of a lot of support on the ground to help our families while we're gone.
Awesome. Hey, well, thank you so much for all your time today. Hopefully we'll get to meet when you get back on Earth and talk more about your experiences in space, but enjoy the rest of your time up there.
Well, I do appreciate it, Andrea, and thanks to all the folks of Houston. Enjoy your happy Valentine's Day down there as well.
Station, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event.
Thank you to all participants from the Houston Chronicle. Station, please stand by while we reconfigure video and audio communications.
Welcome to the first edition of a new TV series entitled The Astronauts. I'm Lynn Bondurant. This first program highlights the U.S. Project Mercury program and documents the historic training activities the first 7 astronauts underwent to qualify for the program. We're going back in time to 1959.
This is a press conference. April 9th, 1959, Washington, D.C. One of these 7 young men will be the first American into space. These are the astronauts. United States Project Mercury. A substantial part of the imagination, energy, and genius of the United States is being devoted to the scientific exploration of our universe. The launching pads and gantries of the Atlantic Missile Range mount many of our experiments into the very nature of creation.
Attention all personnel, please clear the launching area.
This launch carried an Earth satellite into orbit. Soon, before the Earth turns many hundred times, a man will climb into a capsule at the Atlantic Missile Range and be hurled headlong into space. Why? Why must man go into space? Why must he attempt this new and forbidding environment? Space with its belts of radiation, meteorites, solar winds, unknown cosmic forces. To explore his world, man has always risked the unknown. Because it is unknown, and man's nature is to know. Project Mercury is a beginning for man in space. It will take him 100 miles from the Earth. Here we think there are no radiation belts, solar winds, or unknown cosmic forces, but man, the scientist, the explorer, must see for himself. Each component of Project Mercury will be held up and measured in the unbending light of scientific truth. Will it work? Why? Does it work under load? Why not? The problem of selecting pilots to represent the United States in space was approached from the same uncompromising direction. From all of the active duty pilots in the Navy, Marines, and Air Force, the service records of 473 test pilots were selected for review. 110 met the basic qualifications. Each must be a graduate of a Navy or Air Force test pilot school, 1,500 hours of flight time, qualified in jet aircraft, an engineering background, younger than 40 at the time of selection, and 5 feet 11 or less. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration asked 69 Navy, Marine, and Air Force officers of the 110 who qualified to come to Washington for a briefing. They were interviewed, tested, and asked to volunteer for the Project Mercury mission. 6 were discovered to be too tall. 16 declined. And 47 volunteered. 32 were asked to continue through a series of capability tests which would indicate not the best man in the group, but the various degrees of qualification of each man. Two candidates reported to the Lovelace Clinic in Albuquerque, New Mexico for an exhaustive series of physical examinations. These tests were divided between those given under normal clinical procedures and a series used for the first time in Project Mercury. A series of dynamic tests designed to measure the candidates' abilities during physical stress. Laboratory studies were made in each physiological area. As military pilots, these men had passed yearly flight physicals. But here at the Lovelace Clinic, each measurable reaction of body chemistry, each physical function was measured, probed, diagnosed. What is the specific gravity of his body? What is his blood volume? Water volume? What is his total body radiation count? We are listening to his heart. When the astronaut is orbiting in space, the measure of his heart's contraction and expansion will be telemetered to the Mercury tracking stations. After a week of examinations, the candidates were sent on to the Wright Air Development Center in Dayton for stress evaluation and psychological tests. This Project Mercury candidate is preparing for stress. The weight of 8 gravities will thrust upon him as he rides the human centrifuge. Reactions are studied. The results will indicate how he fared under multiple gravity forces. Did he show a tendency to pull back? No. Was his tolerance level low or was it high? Now, can we shake his equilibrium? How does this affect his pulse and blood pressure? And what about his mental balance, his imagination, his personality, motivation? How does he see the different problems of living? And how has life affected him as an individual? Test his memory, comprehension, perception, visualization. Ask him to describe himself in 100 different ways with a battery of tests. Now, take him up to 65,000 feet for 1 hour in a pressure chamber. Now have him do this for 5 minutes. Then ask him to take a walk. Walk until his heart beats 180 times a minute. Elevate the incline 1 degree every minute. These tests continued until all 32 men had been evaluated. From this competitive purgatory as the Project Mercury astronauts. At McDonnell Aircraft, they saw a model of the space capsule they would ride into orbit. They sat in the cockpit for the first time. This is the beginning for each of them. Captain Donald K. Slayton, United States Air Force, age 35, from Sparta, Wisconsin. Lieutenant Commander Alan B. Shepard, United States Navy, age 35, from East Derry, New Hampshire. Lieutenant Commander Walter M. Schirra, Jr., United States Navy, age 36, from Wardell, New Jersey. Captain Virgil I. Grissom, United States Air Force, age 33, from Mitchell, Indiana. Lieutenant Colonel John H. Glenn, United States Marine Corps, age 38, from New Concord, Ohio. Captain Leroy G. Cooper, Jr., United States Air Force, age 32, from Carbondale, Colorado. Lieutenant Malcolm Scott Carpenter, United States Navy, age 33, from Boulder, Colorado. These officers were detailed by their services to report to the NASA at Langley Field, Virginia. Here, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Space Task Group, under the direction of Robert Gilruth, had organized a training program for the astronauts. They were excellent students, and they had a realistic and tough-minded approach to Project Mercury. They had to know all the answers. Here, they discussed the flight tests. In the flight program, they would ride both the Redstone and the Atlas boosters. But a man would not ride either booster until the full test program was a success. The schedule included first instrumented capsules, then capsules with a monkey aboard, and then one of the 7 would go into space. The schedule also provided for the problems of flying near the Earth. They must maintain their proficiency in high-performance military aircraft. Out of this training together, a strong esprit de corps developed. They all felt that this must be a team effort involving all of Project Mercury. Recognition would undoubtedly go to the man who makes the first flight. But the second, third, or fourth flights may produce far more scientific information than the first flight. Soon, all of the astronauts were busy qualifying themselves for space flight. They rode the human centrifuges of the Air Force and the Navy. Here, they trained to increase their resistance to the forces of nature that were pitted against them. But each new experience, each small physical or mental victory was backed up by hours of classroom work. The time had come to select the pressurized flight suit they would wear. All of the suits tested were air-conditioned, had an attachable helmet, and would protect the pilot from heat and from the deafening 155 decibel noise of the blastoff. The problem was to select a suit which had complete pressure integrity, which was resistant to temperature and was not too bulky, a suit which allowed comparative freedom of movement, yet a suit which was completely reliable. This modified U.S. Navy Mark IV suit worn by Shepard was selected for further testing. To get the feel of space flight controls, this trainer at NASA's Lewis Research Center in Cleveland demonstrates the possible motions of a capsule in space. While the astronauts perfect themselves for their mission, the hardware of Project Mercury is being tested, evaluated, reshaped, and tested again. Off Wallops Island, Virginia, capsule drops at high altitude test the parachute and recovery systems. At 10,000 feet, the parachute will open. The astronaut riding his capsule will land in the Atlantic recovery area off the coast of Florida. The astronaut must learn to tolerate the heating he encounters during his fall back into the atmosphere. These quartz tube lamps produce great heat. Among the astronauts, Walter Schirra is charged with the special problem of studying the capsule environment. But there are some moments of rest for the astronauts. Here, they sit in a projection room and watch the films taken of their visit to the Atlantic Missile Range, Cape Canaveral. On trips like this, each man gathers information concerning his particular assigned area of individual study. He is then responsible to the rest of the group for this information. Grissom's area of responsibility is the flight control system, including the automatic pilot. Cooper's area concerns the ballistic flights with the Redstone missile. Shepard is concerned with tracking and recovery of the capsule. Glenn has the cockpit area. Carpenter, communication and navigation. And Slayton has the responsibility for knowing Atlas and all of its systems. The possibility that trouble may develop with the Atlas or the Redstone during the countdown or during the takeoff is looked squarely in the eye by the astronauts and the engineers behind Project Mercury. This booster was not a Mercury vehicle, but imagine the worst possible situation for the astronaut, that his capsule is now mounted on top of this Atlas. The escape rocket takes the capsule away from the booster. The tower separates. The parachute opens, and the capsule lands in the sea.
Success in a pioneer mission depends on optimal human performance. And performance...
This is the voice of Dr. Theodore Benzinger at the Naval Medical Center, Bethesda, Maryland. The astronauts each take their afternoon of sweating it out in this gradient heat calorimeter.
In a temperature as hot as it is in here now for him and will later be for you, 114 degrees Fahrenheit, your internal body temperature is protected by a physiological mechanism of very high power and precision.
In the submarine carbon dioxide chamber at Bethesda, the astronauts learn that space medicine and submarine medicine have common problems. Under emergency conditions, there is a danger of the presence of unusual amounts of carbon dioxide in the space capsule or submarine hull. After 2 hours in the chamber under 3% carbon dioxide, these men are tired. But they were convinced that they could function for quite a long time. At least long enough to make a complete orbit of the Earth and then to make an emergency re-entry and landing. But before a man's life is risked in space, animals will undergo the same operational stresses. The animal research program connected with Project Mercury is an important prerequisite to research with human beings in space. The NASA research, which created the individually molded couch, was another step toward minimizing the hazard of injury during the Mercury mission. This is the same man, John Glenn, sitting in his couch under 14 Gs in the centrifuge at the Naval Aviation Medical Acceleration Laboratory, Johnsville, Pennsylvania. And this is Gus Grissom. The astronauts consider this experience as probably the most important phase of their space flight environmental training. Alan Shepard, as he takes the G-load of an emergency abort and landing. To be able to take this physical beating, these men must be conditioned like athletes. And the astronauts find that the physical discipline of underwater swimming is oddly effective in training toward a space mission. Navy Underwater Demolition Team 21 at Little Creek, Virginia, supervises the instruction of the astronauts. Al Shepard and Wally Schirra have just completed a half-mile swim by compass course to the beach. Underwater swimming, aside from being an excellent physical conditioner, accustoms the astronaut to a forced breathing discipline and closely approximates the condition of weightlessness, which will be encountered in orbital flight. Now, imagine, if you will, that you are watching the first Project Mercury launching at the Atlantic Missile Range, Cape Canaveral. At launch time, the manned capsule with its escape system is thrust into the sky by the 2 booster engines and 1 sustainer engine of the Atlas. At an altitude of about 50 miles, after some 2 minutes of flight, the booster engines are turned off and jettisoned. The sustainer engine continues its thrust toward orbital speed as the escape rocket fires, pulling the escape tower free of the capsule. Orbital speed will be achieved at about 100 miles altitude. Once in orbit, explosive bolts release the capsule. Separation rockets on the capsule fire, pushing the capsule away from the Atlas. Now the capsule automatic pilot rotates the capsule. If the automatic pilot fails to respond or becomes erratic, the pilot has controls to maneuver the capsule into proper orbital attitude. Through a periscope or through his window, the pilot observes the earth below and the heavens beyond the horizon. Near the end of the 3rd orbit, when the capsule is several hundred miles west off the coast of California, the signal for re-entry is given. Retro rockets fire, causing the capsule to leave its orbital path. Now man and capsule fall, and meteor-like plunge toward the Earth. Plunging through the atmosphere, the heat shield glows white hot. The blunt end must be pointed in the line of fall. Below, patrol aircraft sweep the re-entry area with radar. At 10,000 feet, the main parachute extends, and a SOFAR bomb is released. The bomb, exploding some 3,000 feet under the ocean, provides an accurate fix. With this information, patrol aircraft and ships converge on the spot where the capsule is expected to land. When the capsule hits the water, the parachute is released and sea dye marker spreads out on the surface of the water. As the capsule floats in the sea, a signal light and automatic radio transmitter indicate the exact position. And so, before the Earth turns many hundred times, another booster will rest on the pad of the Cape. And one of the astronauts will ride here on the shoulders of Atlas. This unmanned Atlas booster and capsule proved in the flight test experiment named Big Joe that this vehicle could perform the mission. The capsule without escape tower rocketed to 100 miles and was thrust downward to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere at a speed just below the predicted re-entry speed. The capsule was recovered in the Atlantic Ocean. The tests will continue. The experiments and training will go on to put man into orbit. These are the astronauts. United States Project Mercury.
We hope that you've enjoyed the first edition of The Astronauts. Thank you for joining us. Until next time, this is Lynn Bondurant saying goodbye from the NASA Lewis Research Center in Cleveland.
I think what drives me the most is really just seeing a technology that was developed here by our team being put into practice on helping NASA actually explore greater regions than they could before. My name is Colin Krieger, and I get to play in the sand with robots. My primary focus is on developing tires that can be used in space. It's not like we're going to be driving on roads. It's usually really sharp, jagged rocks, really soft sand. This particular prototype consists of coiled springs woven together in this flexible mesh, but we also have integrated a shape memory alloy. Think of like a Coke can. You squash in your hand and let go, it doesn't come back to its original shape. You've permanently deformed it. With shape memory alloys, you can undergo 30 times more deformation before you see any sort of permanent change. So we actually built a large version of the same technology, but we scaled it up so it could support 2,000 pounds and drove it on a Jeep Wrangler. So I have a family at home with 2 little girls. We travel a lot as much as we can. How we like to travel and kind of explore ties into the goal of these roving vehicle missions. There's a lot of different areas we want to explore, and we need the ability to actually explore these regions.
The little red light is on.
You're rolling.
All right.
Number 1.
You know, most kids, you start thinking at an early age, as soon as you look in the sky at night and you see stars, and you think, well, what would it be like to be up there?
And no matter where we grow up, everybody looks up at the sky and says, what else is out there?
I started saying I wanted to be an astronaut when I was 5 years old, according to my mom.
It was the beginning of our astronauts making their way up to the moon. I remember coming back like, what is this? You know, how do I go do this? This looks like fun.
I looked at what NASA was doing. I was like, I want to be an astronaut. So in a nutshell, that's kind of what happened.
I got into the Navy test pilot school and then started to apply to NASA.
There's like 6,000 people that applied for, 15 slots. And I interviewed 4 times over 12 years.
I applied multiple times over 13 years and interviewed 5 times before I was selected.
Well, I did submit 7 applications along the way, but I got rejected by NASA 7 times, but the 8th time.
And the 4th time, I got a phone call that said, if you're still interested in being an astronaut, we'd like you to come to Houston.
Finally, it's launch day.
Launching to space, of course, was a momentous experience.
You see that this rocket is a living, breathing beast. The thing is alive, and it wants to go.
It suddenly feels like it's real.
First thing, you're strapped into the space shuttle on the launch pad,
and I can say sitting in the rocket, getting ready for launch, you're anxious and you're excited.
Firing chain is armed.
And waiting for countdown, focusing on doing your checklist, focusing on your procedure.
10, 9, 8.
At the moment of launch, you're quite prepared.
3, 2, 1. And 0 and liftoff. Space shuttle Atlantis. America has launched.
It lights off and you feel the rumble, and then you start to move, and that constant smooth acceleration pulling you back in the seat.
And you feel like you're just in a car wreck because the solid rocket boosters light off and they give you a kick in the backside like you were just rear-ended at a stop sign, literally.
There's just nothing subtle or nice about it.
There was the vibration, the pressure, the acceleration, the pressure in your seat.
I distinctly remember the point when I stopped and thought, I did it. I'm here. My goal was to be an astronaut, and now I'm in space.
As a kid, you fantasize about spreading your arms and flying among the clouds and that kind of stuff. That's what we're doing. Floating is very cool.
It's fun to watch new astronauts show up in space too, because they creep around. We would joke like space mice, very timid, very controlled.
Being weightless the first few days is horrible. I mean, it's really neat to see something floating in front of you. It's really horrible to feel like you're going to throw up all the time. And then as you start to get into it, you start to realize that the human's an incredibly adaptive machine, and weightlessness is really, really well suited for us.
Pretty soon you're going into a hatchway and you come through and you kind of push off on both sides and you go zipping down the middle and you're turning right at the end. So you reach out, grab a handrail, and
But it also brings out your inner 5-year-old, or I say that it is the source of all stupid astronaut tricks.
It's as fun as you think it would be, only better. I think I told my wife that I thought it was a burrito of awesomeness smothered in awesome sauce, because I don't have a very big vocabulary, so I tried to use the biggest, most impactful words I could.
Everybody's a superhero. You're not floating, you're flying.
So the International Space Station, being only 250 miles above Earth, we call it the proving ground for a lot of science. It is a national orbiting laboratory for the United States, and we do have hundreds of science experiments going on at any time.
We're doing this amazing science up there. It is also absolutely the most wonderful observatory. And certainly for an Earth-facing observatory, the cupola module, this big bay window, that we have facing Earth, is the place to be.
I got visited by 3 space shuttles. Several of the crew members never looked outside the cupola before. I would bring them one at a time to the cupola. Tell them to close their eyes, open up all the windows, the shutters on the windows, and then tell them to open up their eyes.
Cerebrally, I knew that this was going to be a life-changing experience. I knew that the view was going to be amazing.
And I will never forget that sight. The thin blue line of the atmosphere, the curve of the horizon, and that's when it became real. Really, at a gut level, I'm actually in space. We are on orbit. This is not a sim.
This is my eyes looking through glass at Earth from space. It was almost overwhelming.
And so I think it's kind of overload for your brain and processing all of that at once because it just isn't used to that.
It's really hard to describe something like that because it's not just cerebral, it's emotional, it's kind of all-encompassing. My heart was racing, you couldn't wipe the smile off of my face. It was really amazing.
I just was, feeling something as I was staring at this view of the whole thing. And it moved me to tears unknowingly. So.
And that instant when you're overwhelmed with that vista, when your eyes see nothing but the beauty of the Earth, every single crew member that I brought in there for that exposure cried. It is heart-stopping. It is soul-pounding. It is breathtaking.
I mean, it was ridiculous. I'd never imagined in my entire life getting to see something that beautiful. It was so foreign for the human mind to look at that, to see the Earth highlighted that way.
Well, I don't think anything prepares you for how crystal clear it is. I knew the colors, but they just seemed different to me. They seemed more vibrant, more translucent.
I've never seen those colors here on Earth. These pearlescent yellows and peaches that form when you're looking at a body of water with the sun angle. It's just amazing.
I just took a pencil and I drew like 15 curved lines and I just wrote light blue, darker blue, pink, purple, dark purple, all the way down to the surface of the Earth at sunset, because the scale of looking at a sun refracting through the atmosphere, it blew me away, okay? And no picture captures that. There's no high enough dynamic range of a photo to capture what the human can see.
How in the world am I going to describe this? There's no words. There's no picture I could take to do it justice. There's no watercolors that I could put on paper to come close to the vividness, the staring at this planet.
And I think that's the challenge of really trying to express just what ran through my mind when I'd look out there, because my mind would just race.
It's like a work of art out the window there, and it surprises you every time you look at it. One of the most impressive things was watching thunderstorms, storm activity moving around the planet.
You can see its path propagating around, and you have these...
As you can see. And that was, I remember floating there just thinking about, oh my gosh, everything is connected.
We got to see some interesting things up there. One was Hurricane Dorian, a Category 5 hurricane with such a well-formed eye. When you look down at it, flying over in the station, it doesn't even look like it's moving, but you know the power that's at the center of that storm and what havoc that storm is wreaking on everybody on the ground.
You look at it in terror, really, because you know all the people that are endangered underneath, but just the immensity of power that Mother Nature brings.
A hurricane, a thunderstorm, everywhere you look, there is the environment doing something crazy. So we're coming up over Brazil, about to go across into the Atlantic Ocean. And looking out on the horizon, I saw like, it looked kind of brown. I'd never seen that really from the space station. And I instantly, what did I think? Human interaction pollution, for sure. It's just awful looking, it's terrible. But as we went over the Atlantic, it kind of got thicker and thicker and thicker. It was a sandstorm in the Sahara Desert, blowing this huge plume of sand up into the atmosphere, crossing the Atlantic Ocean and coming down in Brazil. I mean, that is crazy. If that doesn't change the way you think about the planet, absolutely nothing will.
What struck me was when we looked at natural disasters, you see a flood, and you really can't pick out where they are on Earth. But when you see it from space, you realize that the effects of these natural disasters really hit everybody equally. And it really gives you this perspective that, you know, first of all, we're all in this together, and that the world is very small.
What has always struck me every time I went there is how beautiful the Earth is, how fragile it looks, how alive it obviously is with the clouds, the water. It's like it's breathing.
When you first look at Earth, you may say, wow, that's a continent. And then you look at it again the next day and you say, wow, there are mountain ranges. And then you look at it again the next day and it's like, oh, I could see synclines and anticlines in the geologic structure.
You could see the Nile River and the Nile Delta so clearly, the Red Sea. And for me, that was just amazing to look down. You could see the Jordan River, the Sea of Galilee, the Dead Sea. And I was just thinking, this is where all this took place.
The color palette is hard to compare. I mean, all these reds and oranges, and so the dunes all over in Central Africa and in Saudi Arabia, you have these so many different textures.
And you can almost pick out where you are over the Earth because Australia's tans are different than African tans.
Every piece of the Earth has its own tone, if you want. So you become very acquainted with the Earth from a big picture point of view.
And you saw just the beauty of the landscape and the mountains and the deserts, and you start to think of how they were formed. You realize just how special the place we are is, and you feel that connection.
So when you look at the Earth from that vantage point, I know others have said this, you don't see the borders. You don't see political borders, you hardly see geographical borders.
You know, we're so used to looking at maps or globes. In low Earth orbit, you don't see a globe. And from no distance do you see the different colors for countries so that it makes them easy to distinguish.
I was looking for all the little pink and green countries when I was looking at Earth. Where's Uganda? It's supposed to be pink on the atlas.
You know, you don't see those geopolitical boundaries, all of the man-made boundaries that we've imposed upon ourselves as humans. You don't see any of that from space.
It's just you and your team, and you're trying to make an impact on us evolving into something more. You forget about the politics. You forget about daily life that plagues us here on the ground, that colors our perceptions because you're insulated from it.
And you just feel this sense of commonality more, and something that unites us all, and just that we're all human.
Flying over Africa in the daytime with intense sunlight so much of the time, you don't really see much detail. It's so bright. But at night, when it's illuminated by starlight or moonlight, you really see a lot, and it's just fascinating.
And you don't quite see the same texture, but you see mankind's influence on the planet.
You get these beautiful, twinkly city lights.
And they represent human sprawl, which isn't necessarily bad, but it is incredibly beautiful from space.
I love looking at the atmosphere at night when you have that air glow, and sometimes it was a bit green, and then you have the aurora dancing around.
And we were flying into this astonishing aurora.
this rippling, pulsing river of green that's down below us, the red that is stretching up to our altitude. It's like, it was just breathtaking.
Auroras, the presence of humans at night, it's obvious with the lights. But it's the death around the Earth that's startling. How this beautiful, shining oasis of life is there naked in the middle of pitch black death, a vacuum of space.
Definitely look up and see the stars like you have never seen them before. I mean, the Milky Way is just stunning. There's many things in the cosmos to gaze at. And for example, the Magellanic Clouds, those show up really bright and vivid because you don't have atmospheric scattering. You can see Andromeda, the spiral galaxy of Andromeda.
Of course, the lights don't flicker. They're steady because they're not coming through the dust and coming through the atmosphere. And then as you really adjust, you start to sense the very subtle colors that are in the stars. A little bit of reddish, a little bit of bluish, blue-white.
Just all the colors and the light come out, you know, in that depth of space as well.
I could all of a sudden detect depth. Now, I couldn't tell you how much, but it's light years, right? And it's like, whoa, I can somehow tell that that star is closer than that star. And that was something that knocked my socks off. And I thought, nobody told me about this.
I don't think I had thought before going up there about how many stars you see, you know, the density of stars.
You see so many stars, it becomes hard to pick out constellations. People ask if there's aliens, and I'm like, of course there are aliens. Look at all those stars. There's got to be.
It's just so vast and infinite. I don't know what else to say about that.
I remember using like the 800 millimeter lens and just really zooming into places. And you know, you still can't see people walking around or anything, but you see impacts of things. And you realize that a lot of times we have to pull way back. You know, you have to pull way back and see the big picture of it.
You realize just how small you are, because you at times struggle to find evidence of human activity down there. You can go over massive swaths of the Earth and not see a trace of any human impact. Or you can go over other swaths and you can see dramatic impact.
Frequently in the summertime, there's a lot of fires in Africa. You see all of those plumes of smoke heading west across the Atlantic.
You fly over South America and you see, you know, widespread deforestation, and you know the impact that that has. You can almost get a sense of the balance of, you know, how nature is trying to balance all the inputs and the outputs and have a stable system. And you can see our effect on it.
To me, it started to make me understand that everything is connected. What is happening in the ocean over here can affect what is happening on land over here. It's just all one being, thing, and it's all interconnected.
You can see combat. I mean, we were two countries were at war, and you could very easily see missiles being shot. They just look like little tiny traces of light. You can see all that stuff. So to me, I didn't see one unified human civilization. You certainly see one unified planet cruising around the sun, and that is a unique perspective.
But during my time on space station, I had the chance to do a spacewalk, put on a spacesuit and go outside. And that's a very special experience for any astronaut.
You're inside the space station or the shuttle, and now you put on a suit and go outside. It's like there is an elevation in risk when you do that, but it is a bit thrilling
Spacewalks always seem to be very busy and task-focused events where I got to do this and I got to move over here and do this. And
then you just have to not think about where you are. Just concentrate on getting the job done. What's the big picture?
Rarely did you have a minute where you could just say, just take a minute and enjoy the view. But, there were those minutes every once in a while. And the view from outside the spacecraft, with that full panoramic vision through your helmet visor was just incredible.
It's a very disturbing view looking down about 240 miles at the Earth going by at 17,000 miles an hour. It's like, oh boy.
I just watched the Earth going by below me, and I only had this, thin visor separating me from a very unsurvivable atmosphere. And my feet were dangling. I remember, not just through my visor, but looking down and you just see feet and then Earth, and you're holding on to the space station. And it was just incredible. Everything looked so large.
The colors are even more vibrant. And I think also just mentally, psychologically realizing that, there's nothing between the vacuum of space except for this spacesuit and your visor.
I remember thinking that coming out, like that the world would just open up around me. And the view for some reason seems bigger than what you have when you're looking through the windows of a spacecraft.
It wasn't like Earth is over there. It wasn't small. It was like it took up your entire, visor and all as far as you could see, and just watching it come over Earth and just how large Earth was from our perspective.
But oh my gosh, you see Earth and you see your glowing station around you, and you realize, okay, I gotta stop looking at this stuff because it becomes a distraction to the work that you're doing out there.
So I always kid those astronauts that don't do the spacewalks. I said, the view from inside here through this flat window is pretty good, The view from outside is just amazing.
And the great thing about living on Space Station, I loved every minute of it. I had a countdown going, but it was, oh no, I only have 2 months left.
All right, one last look at the Earth. This is some good news. The Earth is still beautiful. An Earth in crisis is still an Earth worth returning to.
Life seems extremely busy, and the days start flying by, and before you know it, it's over.
As it drew to a close, I think I was more feeling as though, did you do enough to capture this so that you can share it when you get home? And so that you can light those fires in people as you go around and talk about this and try to, ignite the passion in kids just like I had ignited for me as a kid.
And you're back on the ground, and somebody else is doing the job up there now. It makes you feel like, this is a really big thing that we're a part of, and I'm fortunate to play my part.
It is the fact that going to space and seeing the Earth from that vantage point has a life-changing effect on most of us.
It takes a lot of energy to describe what it's like up there, because there's so much of your emotion built into it.
I think the best way to describe it is that your viewpoint changes, that you can look at the same thing, but it changes the lens through which you see it.
And that acute concrete realization that we belong to Earth and not vice versa, it's kind of a mental shift to see that we just nowhere else we could go.
I think if you're not a conservationist before you go to space, you're at least partly a conservationist when you come back, because when you see how thin that atmosphere is, that protective layer that we have here, you think, wow, we really have to take care of this because it does look so fragile from space.
I think I felt that need to protect it even before leaving it, but it definitely does resonate even more loudly now, having seen it myself, and how stunning and beautiful it is. All of those unique ecosystems, everything's connected, the land masses and the ocean masses and the atmosphere, and we are all in it together. We are all down there. And so I think that's the most important thing that I would encourage people to think about, that perspective.
I think you get a sense of preservation I don't want this to go away, and I don't want to be the only one to see this. And there are so many people that need to see it, but only a handful will in this lifetime.
You know, I remember coming back from all my missions with that sense that, you know, we're all connected, we're all people. And I thought about, why is it that we do have conflicts? What is it that separates us from one another?
If you could get 7 billion people to go up there and look down for just even 30 seconds, you would change them, all of them, forever. They wouldn't all come back and be friends. They wouldn't all come back and tear down border walls and things like that. But you would change all of them, and you would change them all for the better, and they would have a different view of the planet.
I think if people that can lift their eyes up and see the bigger picture, whether it's from orbit or even just understanding the different sides, maybe spending more time listening, you know, rather than shouting.
And that's what I want people to find. I absolutely found that in the experience I had in space, in the simple facts of us living on a planet and all being Earthlings, and the only border that matters is that thin blue line.
Don't move it till I see it. Hey, it is! I can see it from here. It's orange. Wait a minute, let me put my visor up. It's still orange. Sure it is. Crazy. Orange. I've got to dig a trench, Houston.
Throughout history, humans have been described as many different things. But one of the most intriguing and apt definitions came from Aristotle, when he defined humans as a rational animal. According to this definition, human rationality and problem-solving is what separates us from all other animals. Of course, we can look back at history and see notable examples of human problem-solving, from the construction of the Great Pyramids, the precise engineering of Roman aqueducts, the Industrial Revolution, and millions of other examples. It is clear to see that when faced with new problems, we can overcome the status quo and develop new and exciting paths forward. That problem-solving spirit can also clearly be seen today in our modern world. New technology and ideas are changing our planet daily. But with each new change, generally new problems arise that need to be solved as well. Although there are many different organizations that solve modern problems, one that has stood out for decades and continues to be a leader is NASA. Since its first day of existence in 1958 through today, the brilliant men and women of NASA have time and time again solved some of the world's most difficult challenges. One of the key areas NASA continues to shine is in development and testing in the field of aeronautics. Although NASA rightly gets credit for expanding our horizons in space, the reality for the public is that relatively few people are directly affected by space travel. Ironically, the work in the aeronautics field that NASA has pioneered for decades and that affects millions of people daily is less well known. From the beginning, NASA engineers and researchers have led the way in virtually every aeronautic development, from advanced wing designs through the hypersonic frontier and onward into the era of composite structures, electronic flight controls, and energy-efficient flight. And since 2011, NASA researchers from around the country have been working on NASA's Unmanned Aircraft Systems Integration in the National Airspace System, or UAS in the NAS project. This project was a new type of undertaking that worked to identify, develop, and test the technologies and procedures that will make it possible for unmanned aircraft systems to have routine access to airspace occupied by human-piloted aircraft. NASA's innovative work in this field has led to many of the breakthrough technologies that will undoubtedly change the way aircraft currently move through our skies. But after years of study, team members are closing the books on the UAS and the NAS project that has provided so much new information about how future aircraft will fly. Today on NASA X, we will explore the work performed by the UAS and the NAS team. We will look back at some of the complex systems and procedures that have been developed for the UAS and the NAS project and see how NASA and industry have successfully worked together to improve manned and unmanned flight as we know it. Finally, we will bid farewell to the team that is changing the way we all fly and look to the future to see what's next on the horizon for the UAS community. NASA is clearly one of the world leaders when it comes to science, engineering, and research. But surprisingly, many people in the public really can't tell you much about the agency. If asked to describe where NASA is located, for example, many would be hard-pressed to say anything more than in Houston or Florida. Many also just see it as a giant nebulous government agency that works on engineering and research projects. But other than astronauts, no particular person or place is necessarily strongly associated with NASA today. The fact is that NASA is comprised of a consortium of research centers, test and assembly facilities located around the country, all working diligently to solve complex technological problems. Each center specializes in different areas such as spaceflight or aeronautics. But within the UAS and the NAS project, centers across the country have been utilized to contribute to this groundbreaking research. In particular, 4 aeronautics-focused NASA centers supported the UAS and the NAS project: Ames Research Center and Armstrong Flight Research Center, both in California, Langley Research Center in Virginia, and Glenn Research Center in Ohio. Lastly, the entire project was managed by NASA's Aeronautics Research Mission Directorate at NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C. Since the start, the goal of this unified team was to provide vital research findings through simulations and flight tests to support the development and validation of detect and avoid and command and control technologies necessary for integrating UAS into the NAS.
When we got involved in this, we knew that some of the key areas that you need to focus on is how to stay well clear from other aircraft, particularly when you're in uncontrolled airspace. So low altitude, classy airspace where there's a lot of general aviation traffic, so you're not under direct control of an air traffic controller. Everything just came together. Communications and the wonderful work that we've done at Glenn Research Center relative to space communications, so we had terrific technology there that could apply to this arena as well. So those two long poles were detect and avoid. How do you, when there's not somebody sitting in that aircraft, how do you see other aircraft that maybe their transponder's not working or they don't have ADS-B? And then how do you communicate and communicate effectively with air traffic control on your intent or maybe changes to your flight plan that you have to get clear? How do you not put an additional burden on the NAS, on air traffic control and how we're operating the NAS? So you're just another vehicle. So we have the technology to do that. We have a research kind of culture that we know how to do that research and not just provide them opinions, but hard factual data on what different types of technologies and how they work, what that would mean in different kinds of scenarios. And we had a cadre of incredibly smart women and men researchers who know how to do this work. And everybody that could possibly think about delivering some service or some product to a household or between businesses now has an interest in the work that we've been doing.
That interest moved into full-scale testing and evaluation to determine how to best integrate unmanned vehicles into the national airspace and how to come up with standards moving forward.
So the overall goal of the project is to enable or assist the enabling of the safe integration of unmanned aircraft into the national airspace. To this end, we're assisting industry and the UAS community in developing standards. We're performing simulations, analysis, and flight tests that inform the development of these standards, primarily in the areas of detect and avoid and command and control.
When NASA first undertook this challenge, they realized they would have to bring in a team of engineers from the aforementioned NASA field centers, along with highly skilled teams from industry and academia, in an effort to unlock the keys for UAS integration into the national airspace. Normally, more than 44,000 flights safely take off and land here in the U.S., totaling more than 16 million flights per year. With the inclusion of millions of new types of unmanned aircraft, this integration needs to be seamless, keeping the flying public safe while also allowing these new vehicles to perform their assigned tasks. Looking at the challenges from the start, researchers knew that some elements would need to be considered from the ground and the sky. First was to improve the electronics on board the UASs and the electronics on the ground. Much of that command and control work began here at NASA Glenn Research Center.
UAS and the NAS C2 sub-project is really investigating the communications links between the pilot on the ground and an unmanned aircraft. There's quite a bit of information that needs to go back and forth. We often call it a pipeline. When you bring the pilot to the ground, all the information that he would normally see in the aircraft has to now be digitized and sent down through this secure link. What we've done here at NASA Glenn is to investigate the comm link. We have a long history in radio communications here, and so we started from scratch essentially to develop a radio. One of my tasks is to test those radios, both in the laboratory and then we put them into real aircraft piloted aircraft and run them through a series of tests.
Although this project is all about unmanned aircraft, as Kurt mentioned, the tests here at NASA Glenn were conducted with piloted aircraft. The workhorse of the testing was this Cold War-era S-3 Viking. This aircraft was chosen due to its resiliency to carry extra weight, to fly on one engine in the event of an emergency, and because of its robust electronics capabilities. But in today's modern world, one would think that the researchers at NASA would simply create computer simulations and not fly an aircraft.
With this project, we're actually investigating multipath with our communication systems. Basically, the signal bouncing off other entities. So we flew this aircraft over areas of rising terrain, over mountainous areas, over land to sea interface, if you will. And that's one of the ones that our model wasn't matching. We didn't realize the impact of sailboat masts and some of the other things on the water and what it would do to the signal. And so we were able to validate those simulations and show, hey, our model's not quite that accurate. We'd have never picked that up until this technology had been implemented, had we not flown it.
These test flights are precise and technical in order to obtain the best results possible.
You'll see a series of waypoints that are listed as LP 1 through 16, and those are at different ranges from the ground station. They're all at a fixed altitude, and what we're doing is gradually moving the aircraft away from the transmitter so that we can see how many, when we start to pick up these signal errors. So he'll fly this test. It'll take a couple of hours. We will then collect the data, process that, and then come up with a test flight plan, perhaps a revised one or a different one for the following day. What that's doing is the signal is leaving our tower, which is about our antenna is about 50 feet off the ground on a tower. Down in this situation, this is in southern Ohio, where it's fairly rolling hills, and we want those rolling hills because those help to reflect our signal. So by going to different altitudes, our signal will clear the mountains and the terrain that's below. Once we get up high enough, it'll be a straight shot, no terrain obstructions, and we know that that's a safe altitude for this aircraft to fly.
Back at the other three centers, teams were working hand in hand to better understand how these UASs would travel in the national airspace by using NASA-developed software in combination with flight tests. Much of this work is centered squarely on technology called detect and avoid.
When you are a pilot in an aircraft, a human pilot in an aircraft flying, there are certain aviation regulations that you have to comply with. And those regulations require that the pilot be able to see and remain clear and avoid other aircraft so that there are no collisions. Makes sense, right? So what detect and avoid is since the pilot for an unmanned aircraft is either remote off the aircraft or not there at all in the case of an autonomous aircraft, there is no human eyeball to go see other aircraft. So the technology needs to be developed to use other means such as radars or cameras to be able to detect where other aircraft are flying in the proximity of your aircraft, your unmanned aircraft, and then be able to somehow, like a pilot would, avoid those other aircraft. And the way that's done is through developing some mathematical algorithms to be able to direct the aircraft to a location that would be safe. And so that's the kind of research that NASA wanted to focus on, because that was the most critical aspect of how to safely integrate unmanned aircraft into the national airspace that industry writ large could not really understand. They didn't know how to do that. They knew what it was like to be a pilot, but they didn't know how to turn that into some sort of certifiable technology. And so NASA spent the time UAS and the NAS project was in existence to be able to develop the technologies by which to address the challenge of detect and avoid.
Detect and avoid has three major components, technical areas. One is guidance and control, which develops the algorithms that we use to tell us what our options are to avoid other aircraft once they're detected using airborne radar or ground-based radar. We have modeling and simulation where we run fast time simulations. We can run millions of trials, and to be able to really pare down what we bring into the human-in-the-loop simulations, which are really the purview of the Human Systems Integration Group, and that's the lab that we're in here. So when we run subjects here, we have already pared down a lot of the solutions, and we're looking at how real pilots interact with a fairly realistic airspace and some of the solution spaces that we have developed in the other technical areas.
One of the primary safety concerns with integrating these new systems is the inability of remote operators to see and avoid other aircraft. On all flights with pilots on board, the FAA requires the crew to be aware of all other surrounding aircraft, either visually or using onboard instrumentation. In addition to instruments, the pilot physically looks out of the window in order to avoid other aircraft. Because unmanned aircraft literally do not have a pilot on board, NASA and its partners have developed concepts and designs allowing safe operation within the national airspace. In order to better understand how all the systems work together, the NASA team flew a series of tests out of NASA Armstrong in California. The objectives of these flights included data collection to inform the development of minimum operational performance standards, or MOPS, for detect and avoid alerting guidance.
The third phase was what we called full mission. And so what this involved was a naive UAS pilot coming into our research ground control station and flying a simulated mission with everything that you could expect to have on a real UAS mission, except in this case some of the aircraft were virtual. We had a live intruder, and we had real pilots talking over the radio and an air traffic controller talking over the radio. It seemed like it was a real mission, and we were actually able to gather a lot of metrics that you would normally gather in a lab, but in this case a real atmospheric flight, and that's what we call live, virtual, and constructive. So we had the live component, which is the live UAS and the live intruder, the constructive, which were traffic simulated aircraft that were moving in the airspace, and then virtual, which were actually people who were flying simulated aircraft and talking over the radio. And all those things combined to create a really immersive test environment.
So there's a significant amount of research going on across government and industry in the area of unmanned aircraft, everything from small drones to large unmanned aircraft. Detect and avoid capability is critical to all types of unmanned aircraft. And another natural extension of the work that we've done is to move towards automation of the operation of UA, especially when loss occurs.
NASA is also doing flight demonstrations called the Systems Integration and Operationalization Demonstration Activity, or SIO. The SIO flight demonstrations partners will use various sized unmanned aircraft for these tests.
NASA's partnered with the FAA under SIO. We're also partnered with 3 different companies: Bell, General Atomics, and American Aerospace. And each of these companies has a different concept of operations and different unmanned aircraft that they are attempting to certify for operations in the National Airspace System.
It's clear that automation and new breakthroughs will continue to push this research forward. Over the course of this testing, NASA and the FAA have gathered an enormous amount of data, allowing safe integration for unmanned aircraft into the national airspace. As unmanned aircraft are becoming much more ubiquitous in our world, safety, reliability, and proven research must coexist to continue this unique integration. NASA and its partners have thoroughly evaluated every aspect of this proven technology, laying the groundwork for companies to develop exciting new vehicles based on the data that has been generated.
For me personally, this is just a really exciting area, realizing that this is a really fast-growing area. Aviation has had kind of a slow and steady evolution. It's been good, it's been relevant. It's been introduced in a very methodical and safe way. And suddenly you have this introduction of UAS into the mix where you've got a lot of, my words would be non-aviation type entities that are wanting to come into this market. So to create some standards around which they can develop their aircraft, around which they can develop their use cases so that they really can seamlessly integrate in the national airspace, it's a pretty exciting area to be involved in. And it's a fun area because a lot of these companies have really great ideas. You know, they're not traditional from the standpoint of being an established airframer or established engine company, but they have great ideas, and realizing that we'll be able to enable that kind of next wave of emerging companies and ultimately emerging products that come from that, it's pretty exciting. So it makes me want to get up in the morning and come to work.
I've been on all sides of the research, and it's very rewarding to be a part of the team. They work long hours, and overall, we're all striving for the same goal, which is to get these large unmanned aircraft safely and smoothly integrated into the national airspace. And it's been a lot of work, but I don't think anybody on the team would say it hasn't been worth it. It's been a pleasure to be a part of the team, and you really can't say enough great things about the project.
The last thing I would mention is that this was just the results of a project with a specific goal that we had within NASA Aeronautics, but it's certainly not the end. I mean, integrating UAS into the national airspace is an evolving thing. There are many more challenges. There are many more use cases that the industry is going to come up with. And so we're sensitive to that, and we're keeping an eye on that so that we can really align our research with those areas that are emerging, and hopefully so that we can enable those to come into fruition for the benefit of the American public. And so as we stand up new projects, you know, we'll leverage our experience with UAS and the NAS project, but we'll do it into new areas, whether it's autonomy or other areas of research that will really enable a lot of these use cases and bring about some pretty exciting new markets for the country.
Every day, new use case scenarios and research opportunities arise based around the hard work accomplished by this incredible workforce. Only time will tell how these new technologies and innovations will shape our world. But however the outcome, this team can be proud. Their hard work and efforts have opened doors to radical changes in aircraft design and efficiency for future generations.
Fine-tuning the James Webb Space Telescope, a different view of Venus, and the science on an upcoming space station resupply mission. A few of the stories to tell you about this week at NASA. The James Webb Space Telescope team is nearing completion of the first phase of the months-long process of aligning the observatory's primary mirror using the Near Infrared Camera or NIRCam instrument. As planned, NIRCam has detected the first photons of starlight that traveled through the observatory and has identified starlight from the same star in each of Webb's 18 primary mirror segments. The result is this mosaic image released on February 11th that appears to be random dots of starlight, but is actually light from the same star reflected by Webb's unaligned mirror segments. This simple image of blurry starlight now becomes the foundation to align and focus the telescope so that it can deliver unprecedented views of the universe this summer. During recent flybys of Venus, our Parker Solar Probe captured its first visible light images of the Venusian surface taken from space. Some of the images, captured in wavelengths of the visible spectrum that human eyes can see, were used to create a video of the planet's entire night side. In the video, light and dark surface features can be seen, as well as glowing features in the planet's atmosphere. These images can help us learn more about the evolution of Venus, which has been referred to as Earth's twin. Our commercial partner Northrop Grumman is targeting February 19th for the launch of its next resupply mission to the International Space Station from our Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. More than 8,200 pounds of cargo will launch aboard the company's Cygnus cargo spacecraft. The science being delivered on the mission includes a study to evaluate the effects of a drug on breast and prostate cancer cells, an investigation that could potentially lead to products to protect aging skin, and a system to test techniques for hydroponic and aeroponic plant growth. This is the company's 17th resupply mission to the station for NASA. NASA's Investigation of Microphysics and Precipitation for Atlantic Coast Threatening Storms, or IMPACTS mission, is a multi-year airborne science campaign tracking snowstorms across the Midwest and eastern U.S. Data collected by a suite of instruments on a pair of NASA aircraft helps researchers determine how snowstorms develop, how much snow a storm will bring, and where the bulk of it will fall. The current campaign is the second deployment of IMPACTS and is scheduled to wrap up at the end of the month. Engineers at our Stennis Space Center conducted the second RS-25 engine hot fire test of 2022 on February 8th. 4 RS-25s will help power our Space Launch System rocket on future Artemis deep space missions, including this year's uncrewed Artemis 1 mission around the Moon. This was the third overall test in the current test series, which began in mid-December. Each test provides valuable data that can be used to help develop the engines. That's what's up this week at NASA. For more on these and other stories, follow us on the web at nasa.gov/twan.
Ask someone to draw a picture of a planet, and odds are it will be this one. It is the 6th planet out from the Sun, and the 2nd largest in our solar system. It is, of course, Saturn, a world encircled not only in majestic rings, but in an array of moons that have been likened to a solar system in miniature. In 1997, an international mission was launched to Saturn that would, for the first time, attempt to place an orbiting spacecraft around the planet and land a probe on a moon in the outer solar system. But this was a mission that had to fight its way to the launch pad.
We're going to have to operate under a very strict fund ceiling, one that is imposed by Congress.
This will require doing business in a drastically different way than we've done before.
It took a lot of time, a lot of negotiating, a lot of compromises to make that work.
The first time I saw the spacecraft together, when we stacked without the blankets, we were without words standing out there.
The journey to Saturn would take 7 long years. But the success or failure of being captured into orbit depended on what would happen during just 3 hours.
Go ahead, telecom.
The engine better fire, otherwise we'll end with a flyby.
Copy. ACS fall protection.
I think as a ring scientist, my greatest concern was really crossing through that gap in the F and G rings. It would only have taken one marble-sized particle in the wrong place in the spacecraft to perhaps have ended the mission.
So I would lie in bed at night and think about what other test should we do? What other question should I be asking? What should we be poking at here that we haven't done yet?
SAP, SOI systems.
We chased everything that could go wrong down the rabbit hole. We went down every path of if this goes wrong, what do we do? If that goes wrong, what do we do?
And this was one of those moments where you're either in orbit or you're a billion-dollar flyby.
Closest approach is just a little over 2 minutes away. Predicted temps today, minus 226 degrees Fahrenheit, winds of 1,100 miles per hour, hurricanes the size of the Earth. Cassini would do well to batten down the hatches.
Saturn was once but a single bright point of light in the night sky. But in 1610, Galileo peered through his telescope and saw something else. On either side of the planet, he thought, there might be moons. 2 years later, Galileo looked again. To his astonishment, the 2 objects had disappeared. Another 2 years passed, and Galileo again trained his telescope on Saturn. The puzzling bulges had returned. This drawing shows how close Galileo came to solving the riddle. But he went to his grave without ever knowing the answer. A half-century would pass before the Dutch scientist Christian Huygens realized the bulges were rings. As for their appearing and disappearing, Huygens realized that was caused by Saturn's tilting. Like Earth, Saturn gently rocks back and forth on its axis. And when the rings are viewed from Earth edge on, they all but disappear. As time passed, Saturn came into closer focus. And in 1979, NASA's Pioneer 11 spacecraft gave the world the first close-up look at the planet and its rings.
We received several pictures yesterday afternoon and evening, and we'd like to run through some of those now. This is the one that came in here at about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. This is by far the most spectacular picture that we have so far. This is raw data. It has not been processed in any way. We can see the big banded planet, and of course the ring system is very prominent in this picture. Also prominent is Saturn's largest moon, Titan, in the upper right-hand corner.
The 2 Voyager flybys soon followed, offering even more captivating views and discoveries. What these missions found left scientists clamoring to go again, and not just to pass by, but to stay. A blueprint and even some spare parts for just such an adventure already existed. NASA's Galileo mission that sent an orbiter and a probe to Jupiter. Advocates in Europe and the United States argued for a similar mission destined for Saturn, one composed of an international consortium. How such a project with all its complexities could be done, no one really knew. Sorting out roles, responsibilities, and especially funding took the better part of a decade. The European Space Agency offered to build a probe, named Huygens, to land on Saturn's moon Titan. The Italian Space Agency would build the main antenna and communication system. The spacecraft's thrusters and the main engines would be provided by U.S. commercial space companies. And NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory signed on to build and fly the spacecraft, to be named in honor of the 17th century astronomer Giovanni Cassini. JPL would also provide overall management of the mission. In total, 19 countries would provide hardware, while scientists would come from 26 nations.
Good morning. I want to welcome all of you to JPL and to the beginning of what is going to be clearly a very exciting mission. I know that a lot of you have
This is the first gathering of Cassini-Huygens scientists and engineers. Their goal, to transform this complex partnership into a functioning team.
Our Congress has had some agony over the program. For a time, it looked as though only Cassini would be approved.
There are layers of unease in the room. The Europeans want to know that they'll be treated as equal partners. And there are also concerns about U.S. reliability, given that NASA has recently dropped out of another partnership.
We're going to have to operate under a very strict fund ceiling, one that is imposed by Congress, and an unyielding schedule. And we all have great challenges.
NASA has already warned that the mission will be canceled if the project strays over its budget. All eyes are on Cassini's first program manager, John Cassani, who has already spoken of eliminating some of the science instruments.
Seriously, I'd like to welcome everybody. Nice to be here. A lot of old friends, a lot of new faces, which I hope will be friends before we're through with this process. Those of you who don't know me will find out a lot in the next couple of years. This will require doing business in a fairly drastically different way than we've done before. We are all going to have to strive for, as we go through this process, is a continual search, as my old friend Gentry Lee used to like to say, for the least unacceptable solution. There are going to have to be compromises. We want to work with you very hard.
This was not what scientists had hoped to hear.
And I think this is a very severe degrade in the capabilities of this mission.
What we did was we did all of these things to finally get down to something that we could afford.
That sounds to me like a very unwise thing to do. I mean, the essence of this mission is to get data back.
The friction between what scientists want and what engineers can do will be a theme running throughout the lifetime of the mission. So we'll be deciding which of Cassini's 12 different science instruments will have priority at any given time. First up to plead his case is the head of the science radar team, Charles Elachi.
Good morning. I understand from Dennis that the first speaker gets everything he asks for. So be prepared. There is a good thing and a bad thing about the radar. The good thing is that for every Saturn orbit, we need to operate only for 1 hour. You can have all the rest of the time, but 1 hour. The bad thing is that when we turn it on, the lights on the spacecraft will dim. It'll go down.
Representing the needs of the imaging team is its leader, Carolyn Porco.
Stability rates which are lower than that. After all, we know what it will take to image the objects at Saturn that we know are there. My question is, what is it that's there that we don't know, and we want to have a very stable platform and be able to do long exposures. These are issues that ring scientists stay up late at night worrying about.
We are running a bit behind schedule, so we shall skip the coffee break, but there is still coffee for those who can't survive.
One after another, the science teams take to the podium to make their pitches and at times to express their displeasure.
Okay, this is one of the smaller teams, and I suppose one of the smaller instruments, although perhaps not as small as the project might like. I'm afraid I have to say that we have to have an instrument that performs best within the planetary environment. So life is not as simple as perhaps some people have seen it.
The other challenge that we've had here is a recognition over the past few months that the...
Hoping to resolve these conflicts, Cassani offers up an unexpected plan to put the scientists more in control.
Spacecraft, we need to incentivize you to do the best job of making the best estimates of what it's going to cost at the time of confirmation. And then
instead of having decisions made from the top down, Cassani proposes establishing a trading system. Each science team will be given a defined amount of money, mass, power, and data rates. If later they need more of anything, they will have to work with the other teams to solve their problem. The scientists agree to this unusual bartering system. It is the first major step in building a functioning international team.
Any questions? All right, Dennis, thank you.
By the fall of 1997, what had once been just blueprints are now real pieces of hardware. For over the last 6 years, the mission has managed to survive being canceled, something another NASA spacecraft meant to rendezvous with a comet and an asteroid was unable to do. This was part of a new NASA strategy to cut back on large and expensive spacecraft. And there was no disguising Cassini's size. It remains to this day the largest U.S. interplanetary spacecraft ever built. Standing 3 stories tall, when fully loaded, it will weigh 12,500 pounds.
The first time I saw the spacecraft together, when we stacked without the blankets, I must have stood in the visitor gallery for 30 minutes. And I don't know how to describe it. It's not yours anymore. You know, even though I had been intimate with each piece and part of that spacecraft and put it together wire by wire and part by part, to watch it come together as a whole entity was incredible. We were without words standing out there.
Every now and then we'll be working in here and you'll think, wow, this is going to Saturn, or this probe's going to land on Titan, and this is going somewhere where we've never seen things before, and you get goosebumps from it.
The spacecraft has been designed with redundancy as a priority. Each critical system has an identical backup. And its advanced software will allow the spacecraft at times to fly on its own and even self-repair computer glitches. In Cassini's interior are some 22,000 wire connections and more than 7 miles of cabling.
I'm technically an engineering assistant, and what I do is cabling for the spacecraft, and I've been doing it for 20 years. One of the really positive points about our mechanical team is that they never say no. They never seem to tire. They're always up. I don't think we could ask for a better team.
One of the last assembly tasks is to cover this bare spacecraft with blankets. Using machines more often used for fine tailoring than engineering. This reflective material is cut to protect the spacecraft early in the mission, when it flies toward the sun. This black fabric will do the opposite, absorbing and retaining heat out at Saturn, where sunlight is only 1% the strength found at Earth. The layers will also provide shielding from micrometeoroids, tiny particles of dust that could damage the spacecraft's electronics. This is tedious work, cutting, stitching, and fitting hundreds of individually measured pieces. It is a job made even more challenging knowing that this intricate space quilt, like all of Cassini's major components, will have to be unmounted for shipping to Florida, where everything will be reassembled again.
We have had less problem with this than I can remember having on any other spacecraft. It's almost scary. It's beautiful. No problems. No major problems anyway.
While transforming Cassini from a blueprint into a real spacecraft had gone exceptionally well, getting to the final design had been tortuous. Facing budget cuts, the project was forced to make another least unacceptable decision. Instead of dropping science instruments, the spacecraft itself was scaled back by eliminating the scan platform, a kind of turntable required by some instruments needing motion. Without the platform, the entire spacecraft will have to rotate to aim at targets, resulting also in less observation time. But all of the science instruments have survived. Operations are now almost complete for the launch of Cassini-Huygens. Already on the launch pad is the Air Force's heavy-lifting Titan 4B. Cassini and the probe have been reassembled. One of the last procedures involves loading onto the spacecraft its power supply. 72 pounds of plutonium encased in what are called radioisotope thermoelectric generators, or mercifully called for short, RTGs. RTGs have been used on previous missions. But recent nuclear power plant accidents and the loss of the Space Shuttle Challenger have heightened public fears of a launch accident spreading nuclear debris. Hoping to stop the launch, anti-nuclear groups file lawsuits, petition the White House, and hold demonstrations at the Kennedy Space Center.
Since this is the last public forum to assure the public that everything is going to be all right, could you do that one last time and use your best argument to persuade perhaps some of your opponents?
RTGs were designed for accident conditions. We've designed them, we've tested them, we've analyzed for it. We've gone through a very lengthy review process. And in fact, these are very safe to use. There's not a risk to the public, even if there is an accident.
Would you all confirm your faith in this mission by telling us how many family members, kids and grandkids you have here watching this launch with you?
Well, I have 30 members of my family here right now, including my 2 granddaughters. There's more on the way.
Right here or on the way?
I don't know if I have more grandchildren on the way, but I have more family on the way. The reality is there's no technology on the horizon that has the promise to be available in the foreseeable future at all that could be used for obtaining power way in outer space where there is effectively very little sunlight. At Saturn, we've got about 1% of what we have here on Earth. We know Cassini is safe. The generator is designed to be robust in the environments. We do not rely on success. We make it compatible with the environments that might be generated, and it's safe. I invited everyone I love to the launch.
Will there be information on the success of this launch, too?
Absolutely. You can find us with a bottle of champagne someplace.
FLC, we have steps 325 and 326 complete. Roger. EA and LCC, 327, 328 on time. EA, roger.
LCC, roger.
The Air Force Launch Controller has given a clear to launch. We've got go from the range to proceed with the countdown.
Launch sequence started.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff of the Cassini spacecraft on a billion-mile trek to Saturn. Its program is in.
All task
program
force
is
station. Launch vehicle reports stage 1 ignition and SRMU jettison.
We have cleared the tower, and the Cassini spacecraft is on its way to Saturn. T plus 20 seconds. All systems are go. Standing by for solid rocket booster separation. And the solid rocket boosters have been jettisoned.
Item 149 and 5150.
All systems go.
All task force stations. Ops engineer. Launch vehicle reports payload fairing jettison.
This launch was, for all practical purposes, perfect. It was just right on target, and the navigation corrections that we normally routinely expect to have to make for these kinds of launches was very small. It was an exceptionally good launch.
But the launch, as good as it was not powerful enough to send Cassini directly to Saturn. To get there, mission designers had long before devised a flight path, using Mother Nature to gain extra boosts of speed by flying by planets, what are called gravity assists. Cassini's route required 2 inward swing-bys at Venus, next back to Earth, then outward to Jupiter, and finally on to Saturn. In all, a journey of over 2 billion miles, lasting nearly 7 years. During the first Venus encounter, Cassini grazed just above the planet's surface, gaining an extra 16,000 miles per hour of speed.
The Cassini spacecraft has now been in space, in flight, for a little over 8 months, and the performance of the spacecraft has been essentially flawless. Typically, on spacecraft like this, of this complexity, there are issues, complications of one sort or another that we have to work with some of our ground-based command capability. For the Cassini spacecraft, this just hasn't happened. It's a remarkable spacecraft.
True enough, but Cassini is not yet a fully complete spacecraft.
We had enough flight software on board at launch to be able to fly the spacecraft, operate it, navigate it, and not a whole lot more than that.
When we launched, we had 7 years to get to Saturn, and we actually completely changed out the computer system twice in flight.
It looks nominal.
We would take the old computer software and then load up the new software in the backup computer, watch it for a while, make sure it was stable, and then we would swap and make the backup the prime computer, make sure it was stable.
As engineers worked on completing Cassini's software, scientists started lobbying to begin using their instruments far ahead of the agreed-upon schedule.
The cartoon. You got to see the cartoon. You got to see the whole thing. So the idle spacecraft is the devil's playground. For the first 3 years, we weren't supposed to do anything. We were supposed to fly a rock, and we were just going to go take the spacecraft, correct it engineering-wise, fly it by Venus a couple times by Earth, and we really weren't going to do much science. And here were the scientists saying, you've got this great spacecraft, everything's working on it, you don't have to check, you don't have to redo your thermal, you don't have to redo this, let's do science. And so I came in one day, and this was on my door. The idle spacecraft is the devil's playground. I swore for years that one of the scientists had put that on my door. It was my boss. He put that on my door.
For the most part, the scientists were accommodated. But the project's priority was first getting safely past the Earth, which occurred in the summer of 1999, giving Cassini another 12,000 miles per hour of speed. The next milestones were passing beyond the orbit of Mars and the region of the asteroid belt. Then came Jupiter, where Cassini saw raging storms, some centuries old. Cassini also teamed up with the venerable Galileo spacecraft to jointly measure Jupiter's magnetosphere, a bubble of charged particles trapped within the planet's magnetic field. At closest approach, Cassini took this image. At that time, the most detailed view of Jupiter ever seen. The Jupiter encounter served as a full dress rehearsal for what awaited at Saturn. It revealed there was work to be done in addressing Cassini's design compromise. The lack of the scan platform that would have allowed simultaneous use of science instruments needing either to move or to be rock steady.
It meant you had to turn the spacecraft every time you wanted to point an instrument someplace. And we had 12 instruments, and each instrument generally had different pointing druthers, if not, in fact, hard and fast pointing requirements. And so it was there was an awful lot of negotiation that went on between the different science teams, the different instrument representatives, and deciding who was going to get to control the pointing of the spacecraft when. It took a lot of time, a lot of negotiating, a lot of compromises to make that work.
Despite this restraint, Cassini could now boast of being the most capable interplanetary spacecraft ever sent out into the solar system. After a journey of nearly 7 years, Cassini and the Huygens probe are nearing Saturn's doorstep. Whether 2 decades of dreaming, planning, building, and undertaking this arduous journey will be rewarded will soon be known. For just ahead is the most dangerous moment that Cassini will face. SOI, Saturn Orbit Insertion. No one is more excited or anxious about this moment than Charles Elachi. In addition to still being the team lead for Cassini's radar experiment, he now heads JPL.
Cassini is probably one of the most exciting missions ever undertaken by the U.S., and it deserves more credit. So when we come to the orbit insertion, after advocating for it, selling it, building it, then flying it, it was a really very sobering moment. The engine better fire, otherwise we'll end with a flyby. You have to remember that we had the Mars Observer, where when we turned on the engine, the thing disappeared.
11 years before, as Mars Observer was approaching Mars, the spacecraft was commanded to pressurize its propulsion system. The spacecraft was never heard from again. It's believed a massive rupture in the fuel lines occurred, putting the spacecraft into an unrecoverable spin.
It's okay to sit down. About 15, 20 minutes. This is Bob Mitchell, who's the project manager.
Okay, well, I think we've got what'll be a rather interesting program laid out here for you this evening. It's certainly going to have a little drama to it. Up this axis
I was
Delta.
kind of confident, but I was worried, concerned, nervous might be the best word as well.
To slow down enough to be captured by Saturn's gravity, Cassini will have to turn on its seldom-used engine for 96 minutes. Anything less could result in flying past the planet, never to return. The flight path will take Cassini and the probe up through and back down a gap in Saturn's rings. There's worry that there could be particles in these regions large enough to damage or even destroy the spacecraft.
I think as a ring scientist, my greatest concern was really crossing through that gap in the F and G rings. It would only have taken one marble-sized particle in the wrong place in the spacecraft to perhaps have ended the mission. So for me, the most, breathtaking, the heart-stopping time was really crossing through the ring plane.
To reduce the risk, Cassini will fly through the gaps with its high-gain antenna facing forward to act as a shield. During these times, the only signal coming back to Earth will be from a smaller antenna transmitting a single tone. The pitch or frequency of the tone will vary with changes to the spacecraft's speed, what's known as the Doppler effect. This will tell engineers how the spacecraft is performing or not.
But that 0 is the reference frequency, the nominal frequency that we would see if there were no burn. So if the motor never ignited, what would happen is this line up here would just go right straight across. And
I would lie in bed at night and think about what other test should we do? What other question should I be asking? What should we be poking at here that we haven't done yet?
down here, and this corner right here corresponds to where the burn should end. So
There wasn't any single thing that I could point to and say, that thing right there has a fair chance of biting us. There just wasn't anything like that. But when you consider all the things that had to happen or not happen, there were enough of them that the aggregate of them was cause for being nervous. And I was.
that would be cause for some level of concern.
SOI was just such a team effort. We chased everything that could go wrong down the rabbit hole. We went down every path of, if this goes wrong, what do we do? If that goes wrong, what do we do? There were 10,000 tests run to put together that insertion.
Something we've been preparing for 4 or 5 years, testing and testing, awfulizing all of the possible things that could go wrong. And this was one of those moments where you're either in orbit or you're a billion-dollar flyby.
Solar system, telecom off net for 1. Copy, telecom.
Things continue to go well in Cassini Mission Control.
We're approximately 33 minutes from burn start. There's our flight director, Julie Webster. This is one person we hope to not hear from tonight. This is System Fault Protection Engineer, Paula Morgan. And if we hear from fault protection, that means we've had some sort of anomaly on the spacecraft. Doug Johnson, our radio science and SOI communicator, he's the one reporting most of the events we'll see tonight through that Doppler signal.
Also on console is Jan Berkeley. She first worked at JPL as a college intern. Now she's a key member of the Cassini team that creates the computer sequence commands that operate the spacecraft.
We would run them, make sure that there were no problems with that. If we needed to do testing, we would schedule testing. We were the ones that actually sent them to the spacecraft. And then we watched them clock out. That was the tense moment, was not pushing the button, it was waiting for it to come back. That worked. And Saturn was so far away that it would take 3 hours just to get there and come back.
Current speed of the Cassini spacecraft, 22.2 kilometers per second, which is just under 50,000 miles an hour, and increasing as Saturn's gravity draws us in. That's Shin Hu, our SOI systems engineer. Shin has eaten, breathed, slept, and lived SOI for many years. Tonight is his big night.
All stations on net, SOI systems. Just an advisory, we're coming up on the time that the critical sequence will initiate the turn to the SOI burn attitude. The burn command will be sent at 7:35 p.m. local time. Flight Director, SOI systems, all subsystems report the spacecraft data is nominal and ready to support SOI.
Okay, I copy that. SOI comm, Flight Director.
We're waiting.
Copy, telecom.
A JPL tradition has begun, starting in the back of the mission support area. This is the consuming of the lucky JPL peanuts. Doug Johnson just reported a signal. We've survived the ring plane crossing through the F&G rings. One hurdle down, one to go with the start of the burn, a mere 9 minutes away.
Ace Flight Director on FSO Court.
Go ahead.
Are you still tracking Canberra on B2?
That's affirmative.
Let's go ahead and switch Canberra over to B0.
Correct.
Go ahead, Nav1.
We can confirm that we're receiving one-way data from the DSN.
One-way Doppler from DSS 14.
Yes. That's affirmative.
Navigation can also confirm we're receiving the Doppler data. We've been able to verify that the turn to the SOI burn attitude is complete. We're approaching 2 minutes before the SOI burn. Hopes and dreams of thousands of scientists and engineers are resting on the next few moments. So Godspeed, Cassini-Huygens. May we see you in orbit.
We're going to drop it, but I guarantee it.
On the Doppler display, what we're looking for is a turning of the corner to start to follow that line down to the lower right. And that's our indication the burn has begun.
Yeah, we're not there. We're probably
Flight SOI com.
Go ahead.
We have a Doppler signature consistent with engine turn on.
Lots of high fives and celebrations in mission control. Congratulations, all of you that have worked so hard for this moment. One minute down, about 96 minutes to go. We're continuing to follow the nominal predicted curve on the Doppler. So the fact we've turned the corner means the engine has started. The fact that we're following the line means we're getting the right thrust out of the engine. So more good news for the Cassini-Huygens spacecraft.
Way to go. Way to go.
There's now 90 minutes of waiting until Cassini's engine is to stop firing. The lull in the action affords a rare opportunity to give members of Congress who are on hand a very up-close and personal tour.
This is sort of what we expect to happen to the signal. We're kind of trucking along here now for first grade. We're expecting the signal to drop that fast.
It's a moment to witness history in the making, and as politicians well know, to take advantage of an excellent photo op.
Right on critic. The yellow is the prediction.
It's 7:42 p.m. in NASA's Cassini Mission Control. The next thing we'll look for is an occultation by the A-ring around 8:05 p.m. Pacific time local. At that time, we'll see an increased noise in the Doppler signal, similar to the increased noise there at the far left of the Doppler plot. And our final scary moment of the evening will be to make sure to get the burn shut down, the history-making day for JPL, NASA, and the world.
Flight, SOICOM.
Go ahead, SOICOM.
We've hit the A-ring pretty hard.
More good news from SOICOM there. The frightening-looking change to our Doppler data is totally anticipated. This proves that Saturn's A-ring is where we think it is, and the Cassini spacecraft is where we think it is as well.
We're continuing to track a 2 to 3 dB signal with occasional outages through the A-ring, and we expect to see a nice strong signal when we hit the Cassini division coming up.
Copy, that sounds good.
As we see, we're approaching the B-ring, and we must remember tonight everything happening at Saturn occurred an hour and 24 minutes earlier due to that pesky speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, their interplanetary speed limit, if you will.
Go ahead, SOICOM.
After a brief peak up to 11 dB, we have now exited the Cassini division.
Copy.
What just happened?
They just announced that we are now a captured object around Saturn. We are now an orbiter. They just announced
First in history around Saturn.
There you go. First man-made orbiter around Saturn. Voyager, eat your heart out.
SOI Systems, this is contingency. SOI Systems.
Closest approach is just a little over 2 minutes away. And given that, it's probably about time for our Saturnian weather forecast. Predicted temps today, minus 226 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 143 degrees Celsius. Winds of 1,100 miles per hour or so. Chance of helium rain inside the interior, 100%. Hurricanes the size of the Earth. Cassini would do well to batten down the hatches. Closest approach is upon us with a speed of almost 69,000 miles per hour, and the speed has started slowing.
Flight, SOICOM.
Go ahead, SOICOM.
The Doppler has flattened out.
Picture perfect.
Okay, we have burn complete here for the SOI orbit insertion burn. Congratulations, continue in mission control. The high fives begin in the back of our mission support area. I'm just hearing a report from radio.
You did great.
Thank you.
You did great.
My pleasure. This is to our Lockheed Martin propulsion engineers. Did a wonderful job tonight.
Knowing that it survived and was there and we were ready to get to the meat of the science and get these great images, it was a wonderful moment. The voyage begins. We made it. Like, we did it.
Fantastic job. What's that?
Now I'm going to put your E-cap in.
I was just informed by my management she'll put my performance evaluation in. I'm glad she waited till our success tonight.
SOI. SOI. We're in. We're there.
So there's this amazing elation, and then almost immediately a crash, just because we were exhausted and tired. But I couldn't sleep, and so I stayed in the MSA, and the images of the rings were playing back. And slowly people started to gather around these images, which no one had seen. Close-up images flying right over the tops of the rings.
Or a cosmic ray.
And they were just goosebumps. It's a memory I will never forget.
This has got way more ringlets, little pieces in it.
Until now, the mission has been mostly the province of engineers. With these first ever close-up images of Saturn's rings, the shift to science begins in earnest. And there are hints of major discoveries ahead from what already can be seen.
I don't think you have to be a ring scientist to imagine what last night was for us. It was beyond description, really. It was mind-blowing. It was every adjective you could think of. I'm surprised at how surprised I am at the beauty and the clarity of these images. They are shocking to me. The spacecraft allows us a very steady platform. This machine, you turn it, you point it, and it stays there. It's like a tripod in space. Anyway, I think ring scientists are going to have a field day. So, thank you. Wow.
Cassini's arrival coincided with a time when the planet was well lit by sunlight, providing extraordinary views of the rings.
Saturn plus the rings span about 250,000 miles, and they would fit in between the Earth and its moon. And yet, for all of its wide expanse, the rings themselves are paper thin, only about 10 feet thick. If you could scoop up all the ring particles, they would be less massive than one of Saturn's small moons named Mimas.
From a distance, the rings cast off a sense of serenity, but they are as complex and chaotic as they are beautiful. For they are made up of countless numbers of disorderly objects of different sizes and shapes. This is a simulated image based on radar observations showing particle sizes found in different regions of the rings. The color purple represents where there is a preponderance of objects smaller than 2 inches. Particles in green are about 1 inch in size. The bluish bands are still smaller. The white bands are dense regions that radio signals were unable to penetrate. This false color image highlights what can be seen in the ultraviolet. The turquoise colors represent water ice. The red colors are a different kind of particle. Uncertain as to what it might be, the scientists decided to name it dirt.
Cassini was also able to measure the temperature of the ring particles, and the rings that had the most dirt or pollution were slightly warmer than the bright, icy rings.
And despite being made of mostly cosmic dust and ice, the rings contained some structures as large as a house, and as scientists discovered to their astonishment, even transitory mountains.
There was a unique moment in the Cassini mission where the sun was edge on to the rings, and that allowed us to see anything that would stick up above or below those 10 feet thick rings. Then lo and behold, we found what looked like mountains casting huge shadows on the rings. And it turns out that the rings of Saturn are not like just individual particles, but a lot of these particles stick together and grow into larger and larger particles. But these clumps of particles are ephemeral. They don't last for a long time. They can be broken up and then reformed into new particles.
Saturn's moons and smaller moonlets also influence the rings. Even orbiting rubble piles hold a kind of sway. Altogether, they help shape the boundaries of Saturn's rings, herding in particles that might otherwise rain down in a torrent on the planet or escape into deep space. Meanwhile, particles from some of Saturn's moons are constantly shedding off, helping to preserve existing rings or creating new ones. Among the unexpected discoveries within the rings were these propeller-like objects.
Propellers are these largest clumps of ring particles, and they get big enough so their gravity wants to push apart the rings and open up a gap. And then there's not quite enough gravity to open it up all the way. And so you see these little propellers sprinkled throughout the rings, especially in Saturn's A-ring.
A mystery dating back to Voyager was the appearing and disappearing of ghostly spokes. Cassini determined their cause: electrostatic charges that lift up dust particles where they levitate for a time above the rings. There remain two fundamental questions lacking definitive answers. The first is knowing how the rings came to be.
So many things about the rings are unexplained even now. There are a lot of ideas for how Saturn's rings initially formed. One of those is that perhaps the rings formed from the material that was left over from when Saturn formed. So if that's true, then the rings are old as Saturn itself. Other ideas say perhaps an object, maybe a comet or a meteor, came in too close to Saturn, was torn apart by Saturn's gravity, and then created the rings. Or perhaps a moon wandered too close to Saturn and was torn apart. And so then the rings could be as young as maybe only 10 or 100 million years old.
Along with determining the origin of the rings, understanding their fate is also an unanswered question. But the adage that nothing lasts forever likely applies even to them.
As micrometeoroids continue to bombard the rings, and some of the innermost particles fall into Saturn and actually water the planet, the rings are getting lighter and lighter with time. And so perhaps in another few 100 million years, Saturn's rings as we know it might be gone. Maybe we'll be left with narrow rings like we see in the Uranus system.
And one day, long from now, Saturn's glorious rings might disappear altogether. One more reason to enjoy them while we can. Next time on JPL and the Space Age, Part 2 of Triumph at Saturn. With Cassini safely in orbit, science takes center stage. Beginning with a dramatic descent of the Huygens probe to the surface of Saturn's moon, Titan.
We knew Titan was a tough target, was going to hold its secrets tightly, and so we designed this mission to hit it with everything we've got.
In the years that follow, one unexpected discovery after another will be made, earning this international mission accolades from around the world.
Science is about what is, and engineering is about what can be. The Cassini-Huygens program has demonstrated the best of both. The number of your new discoveries is nothing short of amazing.
I would say Cassini's discoveries fundamentally altered the way we look at our solar system. Around one planet, we find 2 moons that could potentially be habitable, have the key ingredients to support life.
I have more than a passing interest in Saturn and its family of moons. When Cassini was launched, we knew of only 18 moons. I understand it's now 60 and counting. I can't resist the temptation to say, my God is full of moons.
Triumph at Saturn, Part 2, next time.
SCAN. We are advancing today's space communication and navigation services and technologies to meet tomorrow's challenges. SCAN is committed to ensuring vital space communications through a network of complex ground stations and tracking data relay satellites. Together, these systems enable continuous communications and global coverage for space programs. Every space mission delivers terabytes of vital information for the process of scientific discovery. Our extensible and expandable communication and navigation infrastructure provides a resilient space framework that can meet the growing requirements of our users. We develop, operate, manage, and engineer pioneering solutions. Transformational technologies in satellite communications are underway. Cognitive systems will enable autonomous satellite networks, and optical communications will increase our ability to send and receive data to the vastness of space. We are developing these and other technologies to advance explorations of Earth, the lunar region, and beyond. Spectrum, the medium that enables communications and navigation. Through coordination, we ensure efficient use of this limited resource. We work with P&T partners to provide space missions accurate position and timing information. The most exciting part of this journey lies ahead, collaborating with commercial industry on major advancements in space communications. Our next generation of visionaries are creating a bright future, enabling Artemis lunar communications and a pathway to Mars. NASA Space Communications and Navigation. SCAN. Exploration enabled.
NASA celebrates Black History Month.
It was just 4 years after the Soviet Union had launched Sputnik.
Today, a new moon is in the sky, a 23-inch metal sphere placed in orbit by a Russian rocket.
And the space race was ramping up into full gear. The first weather satellite, launched on April 1st, 1960, Tyros 1, enabled us to see weather, at least in the form of cloud cover, across the globe. For the first time, we could see today's weather from space, which provided clues about what tomorrow had in store. With each passing year, we gain more confidence in our weather forecasts, compulsively checking out the hourly forecast before heading out the door, or scanning weather radar in real time, or eyeing the 10-day outlook for next weekend's plans. Our ability to predict the weather, though still imperfect, would astound our recent ancestors. But not that long ago, weather forecasts were much, much murkier, and recent improvements have made revolutionary contributions